Okay, it's 6 p.m., November 17th, 2014. Time to call this public hearing regular school board meeting of the Board of Trustees of the San Felipe Del Rio CISD to order. Count 6 trustees in attendance. Dr. Keys is absent. Mr. Overfeld, we have a quorum, correct?
Yes, sir, we do.
Let the record show that a quorum of the board members are present, that this meeting has been duly called, and notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. At this time, if you'd stand for opening ceremonies. First, a moment of silence. And now the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And I've been told that we have some guests who are going to sing the national anthem.
Yes, so we invited the choir of Lonnie Green to come and lead us a song. What a wonderful way to start this evening with this talented young musicians. Good evening, Mr. Garabedian, Board President, members of the Board, Superintendent Dr. Rios. Today, I will be presenting some of the accomplishments of the fine arts students. It's always a pleasure to come before the Board with positive news about our students. I would like to begin by recognizing the Lonnie Green Panther Young Notes for the performance at the San Antonio Spurs game held on October 18th at the ATT Center. They also performed for Congressman Pete Gallegos. At this time, they're going to perform the selection they performed for the San Antonio Spurs fans. Mr. Adaku, the director of the Lonnie Green program, music program. Believe I can fly. Great. Awesome job, students. Once again, the students and the instructors have done a tremendous job and have represented our school and the community in a very positive way. Congratulations for your hard work and dedication. Thank you once again.
Praise him while they're leaving. Can we praise him while we're leaving? Great job.
Excellent. That was outstanding. Isn't that outstanding?
Awesome.
Excellent job. That might have been the most unique opening ceremonies we've ever had.
That's right.
Well, that was outstanding, and a special thanks to the teachers and the parents that have been taking their kids to choir practice and performed in San Antonio, did all those good things. That's right. Also, they've been making the rounds, singing in other places, so outstanding, outstanding.
May I say something real quick?
Absolutely,
Just-
Mr. Mesa has a comment.
I wanted to thank all the parents for being here. I think they're awesome, and it's just outstanding that they were selected to go to San Antonio out of all the schools. So you have great kids. Thank you so much. Awesome. Okay. Mr. Aldaco, great job.
We ought to have a group of elementary students do opening ceremonies every time. They do it better,
That's a great idea.
do it better than us, right? Better than us doing it.
I think it's an awesome idea.
That was your idea. That was outstanding.
Music.
Okay, that brings us, obviously, Mr. Nunez already gave us the recognition of the Dr. Lonnie Green Panther Young Notes performance, and they were gracious enough to sing for us, give us a taste of what they did. So that brings us to agenda item 4B, recognition of the Del Rio High School Jazz Band students that competed and placed in the All-Region Jazz Competition. I think Mr. Nunez again will be presenting. Oh, probably yours, right?
At this time, I'd also like to recognize the Del Rio High School Jazz Band students that competed and placed at the All-Region Competition Saturday, the 20th at Clark High School. David Arredondo, 12th grader in guitar, first jazz band. Andres de Leon, 12th grader as well, second jazz band. And Christian Torres on the drum set, 10th grader, second jazz band. At this time, I'd like to turn the mic over to Mr. White.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. We are celebrating these three young men making the All-Region 11 Region Jazz Band. They did have a few moves at the last minute. Christian did move up to second chair, first band, and David Arredondo also moved up to first guitar, first band, and then Andreas made first guitar, second band. So both of our guitar players were from Del Rio and one of the drummers. So out of about 50 students that tried out in all of Region 11, these three made it from Del Rio and supported us at the concert. This was Andreas's third year in a row to make Region Jazz, so Him and David are our seniors this year, and we hope now that Christian made it. It was his sophomore year. We hope he's got 2 more years in him also. So we thank you for your support.
Big smile, gentlemen. Thank you.
Great job, Mr. White, and students. At this time, I would also like to recognize the Del Rio High School Mighty Ram Band for receiving a first division rating at the UIL Interscholastic League Marching Competition held on October 18th. The band also got an opportunity to advance to the area competition. We did not bring the whole 280-piece band, but this is the representatives of the band program. Thank you for being here. At this time, I'd like to turn the mic over to Mr. Ricardo Rios, band director.
Thank you, Mr. Nunez, and good evening, everyone. And we're very, very proud of our students. We've had an outstanding year. It's still going, actually. We got to travel to Corpus on Friday, and so the band will be there supporting the team as well. But in the marching aspect, we did really well. We had this year we won a 3rd place at a pre-oil competition, which is this trophy right here that Jacob has. It had been a while that we hadn't won at a pre-UIL, so that was one of the accomplishments that we had as well. And then we also had our UIL trophy, which is the one that Hannah and Roxanne have, and that is something that it's very coveted in the, it's a first division UIL trophy, and these kids were able, through their hard work, were able to do that. We also have, we brought it because it's the first time that we had a float in the homecoming parade. That actually we won 3rd place with our Frozen theme, and we have also Miss Limon over here who is the first ever homecoming queen from the band, so she came over to help out as well. So needless to say, I want to thank these officers, Robert and Al and Martha and Hannah, Roxanne and Jacob and Ale and my goodness, Giselle and Maya, and Chris and Andres for representing the band really well, for being officers, and for all the hard work. Also want to thank the staff, Mr. White, Mr. Morales, who's now up at high school helping as well, and Mr. Nunez in particular, because he did take the time to come over, and he was an extra set of eyes and ears, and was helping us out. Actually ran one of the rehearsals. He was a little rusty, but he helped the kids a whole lot, and helped also in motivating not just them but us as well as directors. So I want to thank Mr. Nunez for his hard work as well with the Mighty Ram Band. Like you said, it was nice to be back in swing at least for a day, but that's all he wanted to do, just one day. But we thank him for that, as well as all the parents, that all the excellent support that we had this year from them. Our Band Booster organization has been tremendous, and it's needless to say, it has been a great year, and it's not over yet. We still have a lot of activities left, but we've been blessed with many great accomplishments through the hard work of everyone. We've been a great team this year, and we hope to continue to work in that way. So thank you.
Congratulations again, Mr. Rios, all the band directors, and all the members of the Mighty Ram Band.
Congratulations.
Great job.
Excellent job.
Awesome job.
Okay, that's taken us through agenda item 4C.
Congratulations.
So we're now on agenda item 5, public hearings. There's only one item, A, public hearing of the insufficient performances, improvements in performance expected, and intervention measures for the district's programs under the 2014 Performance-Based Monitoring Analysis System Ms. Ida Gomez and Aide Garcia.
Good evening, Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, members of the board. Districts which have been rated performance level 2, 3, or 4 on the performance-based monitoring and analysis system are required to engage in the Texas Accountability Intervention System. The TASE system requires for districts to form a district leadership committee to develop a target improvement plan. Mrs. Gomez spearheaded the district leadership committee, which involved teachers, counselors, directors, administrators, parents, and a community representative. Tonight, Mrs. Gomez will review the plan the committee crafted along with the problem statement, root cause, annual goals, strategies, and interventions to help move our district forward. We also have the directors of the programs affected by the PBMAS indicators to answer any questions. And now, Mrs. Gomez.
Good evening, Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, and members of the board. As Mrs. Garcia said, because the district was staged under PBMAS, the district did form a committee that helped us develop the targeted improvement plan that will have to be submitted to TEA. There's a timeline that does show you the information was received by the district on October the 17th. The following Friday, the directors, along with myself, did travel to San Angelo, and we did attend the training at the region. So that gave us about 2.5 weeks to put the plan together so that we could present tonight. We did have a series of 4 meetings. We did have a committee of 29 members, which did include district personnel along with teachers, campus administrators, 1 community rep, and several parents. We do have the public hearing tonight, and the deadline for submission will be on the 21st. The TASE process is a very strategic process. You look at the data, which in our case was a PBMAS report and the indicators. From that data, you develop problem statements, and they're very generic problem statements, and you'll see the first one, for instance. The first one talks about the CTE program, and while we have an amazing CTE program, we're being rated on the fact that we do not have enough males in the non-traditional classes for males, like teaching or, for instance, the CNA program. So because of that, they were rated, and you'll see that they got a 2 in that indicator. We do have 8 problem statements based on the data. We have the 1 for CTE. We have 2 that deal with our LEP population, which is our TELPUS, multiple year students not achieving, and we also have our LEP student, the denials that are not being successful, the students that are denying the program. On top of that, we did, as a committee, come up with 5 problem statements for the 5 instructional academic core areas: math, reading, writing, science, and social studies. You'll see that next to every problem statement, there's a yellow column, and that will tell you the indicator that was received by the different program. For instance, the second problem statement talks about the 8th grade students doing poorly on the STAR Social Studies assessment. It's just a very generic statement. It's what does the data tell you? The committee does not spend a whole lot of time putting that problem. It's a problem. Our students didn't do well. And then based on that, we look at the report, which showed that our all students under No Child Left Behind scored a 3, our migrant students scored a 3, our bilingual students scored a 3, and our special ed students scored a 3. The indicators range from 0 to 3, 0 being the best, and 3 being the worst. You'll see there that the root cause, and again, it's a very strategic process. We go through a series of why didn't the students do well. The first 10 or 15 statements are everything that just comes to your mind, and believe me, you can fill those up immediately. It's really the last 5 that kind of develop your root cause, and that's really when you get to the real reason. Your your root causes are then identified, or the whys are then identified as to what can you control and what can't you control. So remember, you have a room full of people who are telling you, well, this is the reason or that is the reason, and then we go back and look at each reason and say, is that something that we can control? You'll see the problem, the root cause for that one. The committee felt that the depth and rigor of the social studies instruction throughout grades K-8 is not being monitored with fidelity. So while it is being monitored, there's no system in place that monitors it daily or weekly or by teacher. We haven't put that into place at this point. Our third problem statement that deals with the at-risk populations in 3rd through 7th grade performing below average in the STAR reading test. Again, that affected our migrant, ESL, and our special ed components. The committee felt that the reading component in our district lacked the specificity that's required to identify and meet the needs of our at-risk populations. In just a moment, you'll see the actual plan that talks about the annual goal, the one specific strategy to attack that, and then a series of interventions by quarter. It's not just interventions the district is going to do. You'll see that it's actually divided up on a 3-month period throughout the year. In addition to coming up with those interventions, we do have a report to TEA every 3 months that goes along with it. You'll see the fourth problem statement deals with the 4th and 7th grader students not performing well in writing when compared to last year's assessments. The root cause there that affected all of our populations, there is a lack of consistency in the district's writing initiative or the approach, and that has hindered our students' writing skills. Again, after we had a 2-day committee of 29 people kind of feeding and looking at the data, then we broke up into smaller groups. It was the group's responsibilities to come up with the root causes. So this is in no way mine or one director's. This is a committee that was split up, and then they come up with the root causes. Our 5th problem statement deals with our 5th and 8th grade students not improving in STAR Science. The root cause for that was that science is often not prioritized and it lacks the time equity in other subjects. Teachers on the committee were very honest. Sometimes when they're stressed for time, and if you're not a tested grade level in science, I'll get to it tomorrow. And we're seeing that in 5th and 8th grade. That consistency from the non-tested items is just not there. The next problem statement deals with our middle school students in the district, and they're scoring below the state average in our math assessments. That's really looking at our 6th, 7th, and 8th. Our 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade students actually performed well, and our high school EOC assessments actually showed no need for improvement. It was really the middle school. And out of the middle school, I would say that 6th grade ranked way ahead of 7th and 8th. So again, it's a focus, though, because of the vertical alignment, that it is a middle school issue. The root cause for that would be that the new TEKS are not thoroughly understood by teachers, and the non-mastery of skills by the students is causing these large gaps in student performance, and it's hard to catch them up. It's one thing for the teacher to teach, but to close that gap, it's just, we're seeing a lot of difficulty. You'll see number 7 deals with our students that are not served by the bilingual program. These are the denials, anybody that has denied the program, and they are not academically successful from year to year. The root cause for that one was identified as our LEP students who have denied the program are not effectively monitored for progress and or provided the academic support. So again, we need to identify those students, and then we need to monitor them. How are they doing? Because even though they've denied the program, they are still classified as a LEP student. And then our last problem statement was our TELPAS composite rating for students in U.S. multiple years has not shown any improvement. So the students who have been in for more than 5 years are really not showing much improvement or any improvement in any instruction. And the root cause for that was that the TELPAS assessment is not seen with the same importance as the STAR or EOC assessment. A lot of the rating comes from the TELPAS assessment that the students have to do in the spring. There are several components that are monitored, but the emphasis and the prioritization is just not there for the TELPAS assessment as you might see with the STAR assessment. From there, and I won't go through every one, and this was sent out to you, but you will see that the problem statement that we did identify is listed at the top. Under that, there is a root cause, exactly what was already written in that first form. There is an annual goal for each problem. There is a specific strategy for each problem statement. Then these are the quarterly interventions. You have quarter 2, which would be November, December, and January. Quarter 3, which would be February, March, and April. And quarter 4, which is May, June, and July. For instance, if I can take you through one, you'll see that there are not enough male students in our traditional CTE courses. The root cause for that was that prior to declaring the endorsement in 9th grade, students lack the awareness or have stereotypical ideas about what the non-traditional male and female programs offer. The annual goal for that particular problem: promoting non-traditional programs to increase awareness and improve ongoing family and community engagement, and to increase the number of male students in non-traditional courses by 11%, while maintaining the number of female students in non-traditional courses. So it's kind of a twofold. We need to increase the male, we need to maintain the female. The strategy that they're going to use as a district is to promote and educate students, parents, and community members about non-traditional CTE programs at the Del Rio High School. The first quarter is obviously past, which is August, September, and October. And you can see that we only got the results in October. So we're kind of exempt from having to produce anything for the first quarter. So this jumps right into the second quarter. Next year when we stand before you, how is it that this program or this particular problem statement is going to see results on a positive level? The committee decided that during this quarter, they would send CT showcase videos to the elementary principals to show during breakfast in the classroom and or during lunchtime. They would utilize district media, such as Channel 39, the website, Facebook, and YouTube, to promote the CTE programs with videos, brochures, and informational items. In addition, career presentations at the 7th and 8th grade during career portals classes, and at the 6th grade during specified classes. They would send out non-traditional CTE posters to all elementary and middle school campuses to provide information and promote the pathways that are now available. And the counselors will visit with the 9th grade to encourage continued participation in the principles of education and the principles of human services, which are two of the courses that we just don't have enough male students in. That you will see between now and January. It will be monitored. There are different directors. This one would be monitored by Mr. Gonzalez, and he would actually have to tell us, these are the videos that were sent out, these were the dates that was shown at the campus, these are copies of the posters that were sent out, this is the date that it came out on Channel 39 or YouTube. In other words, when we put our binder together, you have to have the data that supports it. When we turn in the entire plan to TA, it doesn't just look like a summary. On top of that, there are boxes just like these that talk about what data are you going to collect to prove that you actually did these things. So the committee also had to come up with those. You'll see that in January, for the next 3 months after that, they plan to hold CTE nights for all 8th and 9th graders and the community. Pictures will be taken and posted on the website for continued promotion of the program. They will hold CTE course fairs that are student-led. These will include visits to Del Rio High School and CTE classrooms and labs. Students will complete a course interest survey. In addition, they plan to conduct classroom visits between 9th grade BIM classes and the Del Rio High School health science courses. And our 9th grade students will have opportunities to shadow the students in instructional practices and educations and training. You'll see that again during a 3-month period. And then finally, May, June, and July, you'll see them offer a non-traditional summer course program that targets elementary students ages 8 to 12. Again, very targeted, very specific. And we plan to organize a committee to review increases in the program as it pertains to non-traditional classes, and to develop targets that will continue to improve the program. So rather than us looking at it in October, we would be forming these committees in May, June, and July to actually look at the data that's coming in, look at the numbers, and then produce our plans. Board, that is pretty much what is done for every problem statement, and they're all included. And I can go through each one, or if you all have any questions on that.
I have a quick procedural question,
Yes, sir.
not commenting on
Yes, sir.
plan or anything like that. I know it's not in the packet, but you did say that it was sent out?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The plan, the committee worked on it up until the last minute.
Okay.
I was only able to share it with the board through the board update that I sent out last night.
Right. Well, I take you at your word, of course. I didn't get it in my email as of this morning.
And I probably need to clarify, Dr. Rios and Mr. Garabedian, the portion that was sent were just these statements right here, where you see the problem statement,
Well,
the
I
annual?
can't see anything. That's
Okay.
part of the-
The actual plan that is not even completed yet. We're still looking at some data to fill in all the blanks.
So I guess I can get that went out. I'll need to get that. But again, I'm not criticizing your presentation.
Yes, sir.
You know, it's on the screen, which is pretty hard to see, but, and you reference it, something going out, I didn't get it. Okay. Ms. Lozano?
Well, I just have a question or concern, actually. If this is actually the public hearing, wouldn't we want to review in depth everything?
I can.
That we would allow people to actually make comments if they have concerns?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, I know it'll take a while, but we definitely are serious about, we take this issue seriously.
Yes, ma'am.
And we definitely want to make sure that we're addressing the areas, the problem areas. And I think it's important for the public to hear exactly what it is that we're going to do to address the issues.
I'll proceed then with problem statement 2.
Mr. Mesa?
I just wanted to,
Yes, sir.
again, you're presenting the information, but to me, I'm looking at CTE is the easiest to fix, get more male students to participate. But my biggest concern, and it's always been, science is a critical area, we always score low, but the other part is, the trustee in me is one of the members of this board. We add staff to the departments, and yet I keep seeing, well, it needs to be monitored. It wasn't monitored. We know, since years past, before I became a board member and being a principal, those things were already in place. If there are any denials, let's say to the LEP program, bilingual program, ESL, back then, even when Mr. Chavira, again, years past, it's always been in place. And yet, we're still encountering that problem with us adding staff to the different departments, and it seems to not be monitored. There's a lot of questions. So I do want to see those indicators where something different is going to be done.
And I think if we proceed, you'll see some of the interventions that the committees, again, we did have parents and teachers, and everybody was brutally honest, because that's the entire point of the TASTE process. It's a little bit different. You really do have to get into the depth of the process. And if we go to problem statement 2, this one, for instance, is talking about the students not doing well on the social studies assessment. And if I could just briefly tell you, when it first comes out, you have to understand that the first 20 whys, the first 20, and I don't know if we can enlarge it. Can it be enlarged? No. You go through the why questions, and and I'll be very honest, it's, well, the students don't want to learn, and the students don't do homework, and the students don't, so you hear the first 8 or 10 excuses are the students. Then you stop and you say, okay, give me 5 more reasons. And that's when teachers and parents and directors really start saying, well, maybe the teachers just aren't as confident teaching social studies in the lower grades, or maybe, that's where you kind of get to those root causes. And then you finally get to, you know what, in all honesty, I'm a 3rd grade teacher, math and reading is my focus, and sometimes, although not intentional by any means, I run out of time, and guess what goes? Social studies. So that's what, you kind of organize at the very beginning, and you let them know, if we're going to fix it, we really need to be honest. So this one, for instance, talked about the depth and rigor of social studies throughout grades K-8 not being monitored with fidelity. The annual goal is that by July 2015, the social studies STAR scores will increase to 70%. The strategy is
Yeah, but still, I mean, it's like a cursory examination.
You might have to do that. The strategy is, in order to yield a 70% passing standard on the 8th grade social studies STAR, administrators will focus their walkthroughs in those classes to ensure that the content is being taught in a non-tested grade level and that the rigor is being developed in the 8th grade classrooms. So again, a focus on the actual walkthroughs, and you'll see the interventions. During your first quarter, we'll be looking at 100% of social studies teachers in the non-tested grades will provide social studies instruction a minimum of 3 times per week. Walkthroughs during social study instructional time will increase according to a pre-developed schedule. Planning protocol meetings and planning will ensure that all instructional strategies are included for all subpopulations and the different learning styles. And professional development will be ongoing in the areas of student engagement, differentiation, and instructional rigor. The walkthroughs, for instance, our administrators do 15 walkthroughs a week. Without fail, they've gotten very good at 15 walkthroughs, a lot of communication with teachers. However, we've never had anything in place that says you will do 3 social studies, 4 math, 2 ELA, and 3 science, for instance. I don't even know if that added up. But for instance, it's never been targeted that way. It's kind of been left up to the administrator to say, I'm just going to hit my 15. The Social Studies Committee felt that it's important that if a schedule shows social studies from 11 to 12 in a 3rd grade classroom, that the walkthrough be specifically targeting when they're saying that they're holding social studies to help monitor. You'll see that during quarter 3, we will be reviewing the benchmark data that we've taken in February for our 8th grade social studies to identify the needs and the gaps and develop an intervention plan to address such areas. 8th grade will hold after-school tutorials to target students identified at risk and not meeting the passing standard on the state assessment. The walkthroughs during the K-8 social studies instructional time will continue based on that schedule to ensure that all class time is being used for instruction and that the students are engaged. And the K-8 teachers, along with administrators, instructional coaches, and other support staff, will continue to develop the engaging lessons during the planning protocol. At the end of the year, after the assessment, the committee would like to form, or plans to form, a committee to disaggregate the STAR social studies data and identify needs and gaps in the program K-8. The committee will review the DMAC data with regards to summatives and identify trends and patterns and develop strategies to be implemented to close the gaps in K-7. Professional development opportunities for teachers needing assistance in content, student engagement, lesson planning, and understanding the depth and rigor of the content will be offered. And we will continue to support the 8th grade teachers in their efforts to earn their certification in 8-12 history versus a generalist 4-8. Some of the changes that you'll see, a lot of the overview committees that are being formed at the end of the year. Normally after the assessment, we rush to get our results, and then we rush into something else. We really have never sat down and actually looked at the data and said, what trends and what patterns are we seeing, and then what are we going to do? What is it that we need to do? What new teachers are coming on board? What teachers are not certified? What group of students? Can we have jump starts? What is it that we can do so that we're more proactive instead of just reactive? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They have a copy now. Our third problem statement deals with our at-risk populations in 3rd through 7th grade performing below the state average in reading. The root cause is that the reading component in our district lacks the specificity required to identify and meet the needs of our struggling students. And even though we do have a strong reading program, it seems like the teachers were saying that all the components sometimes, there's just not enough time to learn how to use every single component, for instance, of Reading Street. So yes, we've invested a ton of money in new books, and yes, we have programs such as the iStations and online programs, but the teachers felt like we just needed that that specificity, that requirement that is saying that how do I meet the needs of these students? Maybe I've always just taught students that were at grade level, whatever it is, but that's what the committee was focused on for this one. You'll see that the annual goal is that the reading component in our district will be structured and focused to ensure that all students are reading at grade level while developing fluency and vocabulary skills in all content areas. This is one that the committee felt like reading can't just be in reading. We need to read in science, we need to read in social studies, we need to read outside of the reading classroom to improve reading. It's also targeted with vocabulary and fluency. And that's where the target intervention comes in. Our strategy is to develop a reading plan for our ELA classroom that is structured into small components to include guided reading for comprehension, vocabulary development, and fluency that transitions into other contents. So again, focused on vocabulary, fluency, and comprehension. Our quarter 2 interventions, our curriculum department will develop a reading plan for our district's reading program that will be shared with administrators and staff. We will review all classroom schedules to ensure that guided reading groups are being utilized and that we are targeting vocabulary development and fluency. We will conduct a pre-test to determine all reading levels. We will group students into appropriate groups and monitor their progress, making appropriate changes when applicable. In other words, if I end up in one reading group, I shouldn't be there at the end of the year. I should be progressing into the next reading group with consistency. And we need to provide resources needed to target groups and accelerate the instruction. I don't know. No, I just need to move it that way. Our quarter 3, we will conduct walkthroughs during the guided reading times to check for the program requirements and to provide meaningful coaching when needed. Again, this goes back to our 15 walkthroughs, making sure that the struggling teachers or that the schedules are being looked at so that we can provide adequate coaching. Provide targeted assistance to any teacher that's needing support by having the instructional coaches model or provide clarification for instruction. We need to monitor the reading groups to ensure that the students are making progress and moving into new groups as the data shows improvement. And we need to expose students to new vocabulary and provide enrichment activities that continue to promote and improve understanding of new concepts. And if the second portion was here, you would see that the campuses or the administrators that were on board, along with the teachers, came up with ideas like having their vocabulary all over the school, putting it on bulletin boards rather than just a seasonal bulletin board, putting up the vocabulary so that the students are constantly exposed to it. Making PowerPoints that can be running during the lunch times, exposing students to the vocabulary word and the definition or the real world connection. In other words, just constantly exposing them to those on the creativity portion. And at the end of the year, the committee would like to conduct an end of the year post-test to determine the reading levels. We want to inform the parents in writing of the needs and or the progress that their child has made that year. By having a pre-test and a post-test, we can do that. We need to encourage continued reading during the summer months by sharing reading strategies, vocabulary development, and online programs with parents that may help us in closing the gaps. And we would like or plan to hold a Jumpstart Reading Camp in the summer and target the students who are below the reading level in reading. These camps would encourage reading with practice and hands-on activity. So rather than having a student come in to learn more about a particular TEK, they would come in to practice reading. And the scenario that somebody used was, you rarely see the baseball coach out on the field hitting the ball. It's usually the student that's doing the practice. And in our classrooms, unfortunately, we have a lot of times we see where the teacher is possibly reading out loud, but the student's not actually practicing. And that's what these jump starts would really focus on, is the student not having to necessarily learn the TEK, but practice their reading skills and just improve on their reading skills. I'm going to go this way. I don't know how to go this way. The next one is our problem statement number 4. That talks about our 4th and 7th graders not improving in writing when compared to last year's scores. The root cause, we have a very strong writing program in the district that was started with a lot of training this summer, but the committee felt that there was a lack of consistency in the writing initiative or approach. And unfortunately, sometimes the emphasis isn't in writing. The goal is that by the end of the school year, our scores on the STAR Writing Assessment in 4th and 7th grade will increase to 70 and 65% respectively. The strategy was to monitor the district's writing initiative with fidelity through walkthroughs, verification of writing samples, and the assurance that all teachers receive training in the rubric that is used for scoring, and then a follow-up with Abydos. Our quarter 2 interventions that you should be seeing between now and January, teachers will attend the training on the scoring process used by the state to ensure knowledge of the writing rubric and the requirements. Teachers will receive training in the process of engaging students in writing and differentiation strategies to ensure that all learners are addressed. Administrators will discuss the district writing initiative with teachers during planning protocol, along with expectations and non-negotiables. And the elementary teachers will continue to receive training on Reading Street and use the resources that go with the new reading program and the writing component. Quarters 3, we're looking at ongoing review of data during planning protocol. I know, like at the middle school, for instance, they have data Fridays. So on every Friday, they actually review data from the week. Random samples of writing will be scored by a committee for verification and comparison. Walkthroughs will be conducted during writing class to ensure all students are engaged in writing, and administrators will continue to provide coaching during the walkthroughs to assist and support teachers with effective instructional strategies, practices. After the assessment, you will see that we will form a committee to disaggregate the STAR writing data and identify the needs and gaps in our writing program. We will offer the professional development opportunities for teachers needing assistance with the scoring rubric, with types of writing, or the follow-up on Abydos to ensure that everybody starts the school year on the same playing field. We will provide a writing camp to target students who did not meet the standard on their spring writing assessment and/or a particular subpopulation identified with needing assistance. And we will include strategies and interventions in the campus improvement plan to ensure that the gaps in writing continue to be addressed and targeted. Problem statement 5 deals with our students not improving in science, which would be 5th and 8th grade. Science is often not prioritized and lacks the time equity given to other subjects. The annual goal is to increase our scores by 15% in both grade levels and subpopulations. The strategy is for the campus and district administrative staff to monitor all the interventions identified in this targeted improvement plan under problem statement number 5 to ensure the attention to science. So again, as the district administrators or campus personnel go in to monitor, we would be following up on these particular interventions to make sure that they are being done. During this particular quarter, we should be informing and educating teachers on the science expectations and non-negotiables, including the lab requirements. We should be evaluating class schedules to verify equitable teaching time and monitor classrooms to ensure science is being taught in accordance with the lesson plans. So if you said you were going to have a lab, we need to go in and make sure that the lab is being conducted. We need to prepare walkthrough schedules to ensure that all science classrooms are receiving an adequate number of walkthroughs, to check for lesson delivery and differentiated instruction. And the committee felt that we need to identify struggling teachers and provide support through modeling or staff development. After those components are done, we move into the next set, which would be to develop an effective lesson delivery plan through common planning time to include differentiated strategies and inclusion. I don't know how we did it though. Oh, there. We need to expose students to vocabulary through a variety of media, such as vocabulary walls, PowerPoint presentations during breakfast in the classroom and lunch, and display these vocabulary words and definitions in hallways and in common areas. The campus and district administrators will monitor the science interventions and strategies identified in the campus plan, in the targeted improvement plan, and we will provide staff development for differentiated instruction to be used in classrooms and during interventions, since differentiation is often confused with an accommodation. That was another topic of conversation that was that we came across, is that many times the teacher thinks that by giving you, for instance, the vocabulary definitions, that that's an actual differentiated method, when on the test you're really not going to have that. That's more of an accommodation. If you're allowed to have it on the test, it's not really differentiating the instruction. So that was another topic that came up. Quarter 4, we would form a committee to disaggregate the STAR data in science and identify the needs and gaps in our curriculum. We would perform a district audit of all the resources available or needed at each campus to ensure all teachers have the materials, the equipment, and the resources needed for an effective and equitable science program. We would include strategies and interventions in the campus improvement plan to ensure that the gaps in science continue to be addressed and targeted. And we would continue our support of the 8th grade teachers in their efforts to earn their certification in 8-12 science versus a generalist. Our 6th statement dealt with our middle schoolers in the district scoring below the state average in math. They felt that the new TEKS, the root cause is that the new TEKS are not thoroughly understood by teachers, and the non-mastery skill of students are causing large gaps in student performance. Our goal is to increase 12% in the math state assessment results for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, and for all sub-pops. Our strategy is for campus and district administrative staff to monitor all the interventions identified in this plan and document the findings to ensure attention to math. This particular quarter, we would be informing and educating teachers of math expectations and non-negotiables, including the evaluation of class schedules, bell-to-bell instruction, intervention, and remediation practices. We will be holding TEAC studies at the campus level to continue to understand the complexity of the new standards. We will hold weekly walkthroughs that will focus on math instructional delivery, and we will develop effective lesson plans for the learning styles, provide teacher support in areas of need as documented on the walkthrough feedback. For the next quarter, we would expose students to the vocabulary through the same types of interventions, the vocabulary walls, the PowerPoint presentations, displaying of the hallways and common areas. We would provide staff development and the new state curriculum to focus on the new changes. During that time, we will be administering a benchmark and disaggregating the data in early February, identifying the needs or interventions to ensure that the students attend tutorials. And the campus and district administrators will monitor the math interventions and strategies identified in the plan. Each campus will then share that information with the chief instructional officers during scheduled meetings. Create an oversight committee after the assessment to review the math state assessment results and identify patterns and trends. And that is something that you will see in the new TASE process. Everything is about patterns and trends when you have to answer the questions. The committee will develop a targeted plan to address the needs that were discovered during the review, develop benchmarks for all math non-tested grade levels, and offer staff development for the new math TEACs and or the new teachers. Oops. Our problem statement 7 dealt with our LEP students that are not currently being served by our bilingual program. They are not being academically successful from year to year. The root cause, the committee felt that the LEP students who have denied the program are not effectively monitored for progress and or provided with academic support. The annual goal, our LEP students who have denied the program will receive academic support that is required for success. The strategy is to implement a district-wide monitoring report that will be used to track student progress and identify students needing support to succeed academically. During this quarter, you should see the development and implementation of a strategic plan and form to be used to monitor and document student failures for all LEP students who have denied the bilingual ESL program in the district. We would train district and campus administrators, the LPAC chairpersons, and staff on the plan and progress monitor students' failures every 3 and 6 weeks. We will schedule ongoing committee meetings to review the data at the end of each 6 weeks and ensure time for discussion, planning, and recommendations for intervention. And we will ensure that all teachers are aware of the LEP student denials in their classrooms and provide information on how support can be provided through interventions and instructional best practices. For the next quarter, the LPAC committee will review student failures and organize parent conferences to inform parents of their child's lack of progress as documented through the district's monitoring form and discuss benefits of the bilingual ESL program using the TEA program benefit brochure in order to encourage and offer intervention and support through the district's programs. We will provide teachers with support for classroom instruction by providing trainings for differentiated instruction and instructional best practices. District administration will prepare reports to identify the number of program denials by campus in order to review patterns and trends. And the district administration will meet with campus personnel to share findings and provide support in the form of parent meetings or trainings to inform the public of the benefits of the bilingual ESL program. For the last quarter, our interventions include organizing and facilitating campus-level informational sessions beginning at grades pre-K through 3rd to answer questions or concerns that parents may have in regards to the bilingual ESL program. We would offer bilingual ESL classroom visits to parents and showcase targeted instruction that benefits our LEP population. And we would create an oversight committee to review the state assessment results for the LEP student denials to identify patterns and trends and create targeted instructional plans to close the achievement gaps. Our last problem statement deals with the TELPUS composite rating for students in U.S. multiple years have not shown improvement. The root cause is that the TELPUS assessment is not seen with the same importance as the STAR and EOC assessment. The annual goal is to increase the number of students showing progress on the TELPUS composite ratings for students in U.S. multiple years category. The strategy is to implement a district-wide plan for professional development and language proficiency measured by TELPUS. During this time, we would be developing a district-wide plan to practice rating students using the PLDs. We would train teachers on the PLD review process. We would provide teachers with support for developing language proficiency in the classroom. And we would ensure that students are attending the computer lab to practice for the online TELPUS test. During the next quarter, we would train all our teachers and instructional support staff on the TELPUS components. We would provide TELPUS rater training for all teachers and staff that teach our ELL students district-wide. We would provide teachers with training on the TELPUS STAR relationship as it pertains to the ELL progress measure and the STAR progress measure. Our last quarter, we would organize parent informational meetings and use the all-call system, flyers, and the media to promote and invite all parties. We would create an oversight committee to review the TELPUS results and identify patterns and trends to create targeted instructional plans to close the gaps. I might add that in the last few days, Dr. Rios has formed a committee, a think tank committee, and he has tasked the committee with going to visit other districts to see what their bilingual ESL programs may look like firsthand. And in addition, we will be having focused meeting groups with parents, especially parents of our bilingual students. Teachers, students, we need to get input about what it is that they'd like to see, and share what it is that we see during our visits. That should be done in December, early January, and we hope to be able to present something to the board at a workshop, possibly in January or February. Those are the 8 problem statements and root causes, along with the interventions for the year. Can I answer any questions?
Questions from the board? Mr. Chavita?
You know, there's a lot of things to cover out there. Do we have the time to do everything that we've done here? There's a lot of merits here for any program that we have. It seems like most of them we should be doing on a daily basis for all the students.
Yes, sir.
Because I don't think we have enough time to be excluding or selecting or whatnot. But my question is, how do we identify some of these kids? Are we going to let the teachers do it, bring them up, or are we going to flag them out through some kind of a computer program where we can get these kids?
Actually, sir, all our DMAC reports any population that you would like. You can pull up any report for any population at any time. You can do it by teacher, by district, by classroom, and then by subpop.
And this is going to be done in February. Is that for all the?
Actually, and honestly, all the teachers know their students. They all have their rosters. But what this plan wants to do is make sure, through a monitoring process, that the teacher does know how to identify them or has identified them. Many times the information is given out. The part that we feel is missing, or that the committee felt was missing, was going and asking about a particular student, not just assuming or thinking that they know.
I hope we can do all that, and not just like Mr. Mesa, he brings it up all the time. Anytime we have reports, how do we close the gap? Evidently, somewhere down the line, we're not doing that.
Yes.
We're not closing the gap. Our kids that are out there continuously stay on the bottom. And we need to, in some way, every time we come up in here, if it's not the migrant, the ESL, the bilingual program being behind, and there's not that many students. Evidently, we're not really focused on
Doing
those
something.
kids. So we need to really get with it, and hopefully that this program will work. And I'm hoping that everybody gets on, the principals, walkthroughs, and make sure that everything is covered. Otherwise, it's gonna be just like anything else. We have a program, and that's it. We have a program.
Yes, sir.
But if we stick with it and make sure that everybody's on board, because if we don't close the gap, we're gonna be continuously just staying behind.
Mr. Mesa?
Again, you're presenting the information to us. I'm not criticizing your presentation, but a couple of things that, we always discuss as board members, we select staff all the time. A lot of times we have standard certification versus alternative certification. And that's my biggest worry, because a lot of times we have someone in the classroom that has never set foot in the classroom or has had instructional, classes dealing with struggling readers, people that are having problems with math. And so they're having to learn this on the job versus a standard certification that has done their student teaching, has had, reading in the elementary or in the secondary, and all these other skills that they bring to the teaching field. That's one thing. The other thing is, we talked about instructional coaches, versus, let's say, dyslexia teachers, and then reading specialists. I know we have a lot of struggling readers. A lot of the passages they read in science is because they, did not understand a word, could not read or get the context of the passage. As a result of being a struggling reader, social studies, everything else that they read, in these exams that they take, they don't understand, or perhaps, they don't have knowledge of, certain skills that they need for reading. The other thing is, science. I'm sure that every administrator, every principal that is in here could identify on their campus someone who is outstanding, an outstanding teacher in the field of science that all, or 90% or whatever, high percentage of students pass that test. Now, I know that a lot of these, objectives that are taught in 5th grade and 8th grade, they're not, from 5th or 8th grade. They're from down below. So everybody's responsible. The only thing is, again, those science teachers that have been successful, I don't see that in the improvement plan, that identify these teachers, have those, not duplicate, emulate what they're doing in the classroom or the rigor, or, again, how are they being successful and their peers not? That's something to really think about, and it's easy to do because I know that they exist. There are teachers that are doing an outstanding job out there in the field of science. And I'm not saying science certified teachers in the elementary grades. I'm saying have been successful with their students because of what they do in the classroom. And so I'm saying I don't see that in the plan. I see a lot of monitoring, and then to me, that's always used as an improvement plan. Monitor. But as I mentioned, in the bilingual program, it's been there ever since we were in place, as principals. You monitor the denials, if they're not making it, you encourage the parent that we need to bring it back in. And I still see it again coming up. That's all.
Yeah, to Mr. Mesa's point, I remember a couple of years ago talking about campus improvement plans and specifically pointing out to math achievement levels. I think it was at Garfield, and making that comment about, well, obviously there are some teachers at Garfield, no disrespect to math teachers anywhere else, they were doing a very good job, and how could that be capitalized on? Well, 2 years later, like Mr. Mesa and Mr. Chavita has said, I still don't see that happening, although there is a platform, right? to do that in these planning sessions. But is that being taken advantage of? The other thing is, what's the timeline for improvement? I mean, monitoring is great, assessment is great. I'll be the first to admit I'm a little bit agitated that I didn't get a copy earlier. I mean, as far as a continuous improvement model, which this improvement plan is, it's not really something to look at on the board or here at the table and say, oh yeah, this looks good or this isn't good, because there's no way for me to sit here and talk about intervention versus what the outcome is versus what the assessment is. And so what is the timeline? I mean, when are you going to know, well, this isn't working on problem statement 6 or problem statement 5 and change course? Or is it just, well, here we are at the end of the year, didn't work out, we'll try it again moving forward next year?
And I think I can answer that. This is the first year that our district has participated in the TASE process. This is the first year that a committee of parents, of community members, of administrators, of teachers, instructional coaches, and so forth has come together to come up with root causes for the problem statements based on data. The quarterly interventions, when we have to submit, this is very similar to the IR plans that were presented last month for the IR campuses. At the end of the quarter, there is a submission to TEA right below problem statement 2, for instance, and it says, what data did you use? Are you on track to meet this goal by the end of the year? If yes, what is your proof that shows it? If no, what changes need to be made? So it's a tracking system that is submitted to TEA for every problem statement for every quarter. So you do have to divide it up by quarter. For instance, right now we're only focusing on quarter 2. Now that does not hinder from the campus improvement plan strategies or any other campus need or any other IR intervention plan. As a district, this committee was tasked with putting together problem statements, and it can be anywhere from 1 to 10, that and a way to monitor the outcome. TEA is ensuring that by making someone responsible for submitting the data every quarter. So to answer your timeline, it is something that is reviewed every 3 months. So for instance, the next report that is due is on February the 12th to TEA on this plan.
Questions on this side of the table? Mr. Overfeld?
Just a comment, their observation that goes to somewhat to Mr. Messa's statements about the science, and it's a recurring problem there. We've got lots of labs at all of these elementaries there that unfortunately go unused, and like it says, the root of the problem is there because the science gets pushed to the back. And I'll say what a lot of teachers probably think and refuse to say. It's because of the STAR. We're so afraid of that 5-letter exam that we've got to do the reading, we've got to do the math there because of what the state's going to do to our school, etc. All that gets pushed away, and I think that's a sad thing, and that's why the United States lags in science. They're in relation to the rest of the world. There, why Texas lags in science in relation to the rest of the world, because we're too concerned about a test and not actually getting to teach and stuff. So that's just an observation.
Mr. Chavita, I think you had something else?
Yeah, there were 2 things that I wanted to mention, and that was on the number 1 on that CTE courses.
Sir?
We can go ahead and have all kinds of awareness and all that type of thing, but then we better start thinking about scheduling. I know that that is one of the biggest problems because, the college-bound students, I think they ought to be taking some of this CTE. It's good for them, but there's not enough time, so we need to work our schedules on it too. Our counselors have to, talk to the kids that they're assigned to and make sure that there's got to be some time. Even if, who knows, maybe we can increase our, prolong our end of the day type of thing where maybe some of those students can take some other courses. Not everybody, but those that really want to get with it. And the other thing that I wanted to mention, and I think Mr. Gabriel went ahead and said it, and that was on the timeline. On most of these things that identifying some of the kids, it seemed like by now we should know who are the kids that are staying behind. I think we need to identify them like yesterday and try to help them, because especially those kids that are not attending school, some of those kids that are in San Antonio, they're coming up with a new, if they're absent, maybe the parent has to take them and all that type of thing. I don't know whether any of you read it. And maybe we need to start getting tough on those kids. Those kids that don't want to learn, they're causing a lot of problems. Not only are they hurting themselves, but they're hurting other students from learning. We need to do something about those kids, because they're not learning. And I can tell you, those people that, you give me a list of all those kids that are in ISS, those guys, you can tell right quick that they're having problems, or will be having problems by the end of the semester. Anyway, I just thought I'd mention some of those things.
Mr. Mesa, just to give you a little peace of mind, we do have collaborative groups. So for example, we have our science teachers that meet and discuss lessons, how they can improve their lessons. We also have writing collaborative groups and math also. And then for reading, we have workshops that we offer for the teachers. So if they need a little bit more knowledge in a specific area, then they do attend these workshops.
Well, thank you for that information. And what I meant about the instructional coaches and dyslexia teachers and reading specialists is, I understand, the tier 3 students, which are the struggling readers, there's so many of them that I could not see how you take the dyslexia teachers that already have their dyslexia assigned students and give them all these struggling readers to do interventions when we have the instructional coaches that can do that. If we need to hire a reading specialist, I'm all for it. Now, we hire, again, additional staff for the different departments, but I want to see some results. That's the bottom line.
Ms. Lozano, I think you had a comment?
And it's just kind of, I agree with Mr. Garabedian's comment about the plan, the targeted improvement plan. It obviously lists the interventions. So those are, to me, I see those as tasks, things that we will be doing throughout the year, hopefully to see improvement. But how will we measure throughout the year so that we don't get to the end of the year and not see the improvement? How will we be continually measuring the outcomes?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate what Ms. Gomez already said. The process that the state comes up with is very specific. And I know that the freshman campus went through a similar process a couple years ago, but the state requires to provide ongoing data, actual hard numbers, to measure the progress. So part of the process is when they look at the data by quarter, we have to report to the state, based on this data, we have made improvement, or we've made these adjustments to the plan. So it's not like they put the plan on paper and then we wait till the end of the year. This is a quarterly process where we're constantly monitoring the improvement that the students are making and identifying what's working and not working based on the data. It's a very thorough process that doesn't let you off the hook. So, and these reports have to be blessed by our professional services provider. What's the title that Dr. Cantu has now? PSP. Before we submit to the state. So it is a very thorough process that requires you to back it up with data. It isn't.
Where does that data come from?
Well, we take the data from grades for the students have, from benchmarks, or what we call the unit assessments, and by participation numbers. It's a whole mix of data. It isn't just one specific data, but it is all local.
Thank you, that helps.
I must have missed a part of that. You mentioned Dr. Cantu. Did Did you say he was involved in this process?
No, Dr. Cantu was, I'm sorry, thank you, because I'm getting both programs mixed up. And the IR campuses, he does this, so that's where we got the coaching. But for this process, we use the same one.
Same one what?
Same process in terms of the data.
And that information and that data, the outcomes will be shared with us as well. The February report, for example.
We can definitely share the reports. The completed report, it's a lot more thorough than this because it does include the data that was looked at and the data that will be looked at each quarter. But of course, with every submission, we can definitely print out that information.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions from the board?
Just one,
Mr. Chivita?
Ms. Gonzalez, how many honor courses do we have in CT, or do we have any?
Dual credit courses.
Yeah, a dual credit type of thing. I'm sorry.
We have 5 in business, and we also have 3 in law enforcement, and we have the professional communications, which is also dual credit.
Okay, so there's a lot of courses the kids
Yes.
can choose from. I just don't, thank you.
Okay, if there's no further questions from the board, you will notice that agenda item 5A1 is public comments on the PBMAS. So are there public comments on the PBMAS report, Targeted Improvement Plan? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Thank you. Okay, that brings us on your agenda to agenda item 7. Notice there's nothing under agenda item 6, so 7 is reports. A, status of posting district regulations and exhibits. Mr. Salinas, I believe, is going to tell us something about this.
Well, good evening, Mr. Garabedian, board members, and Dr. Rios. Just going to give you a quick update on where we're at with posting all of our administrative regulations and exhibits. Due to Update 99, it modified our BP local policy. Basically requires that all administrative regulations shall be made accessible to all staff, students, and the public as required by law or board policy. So that being said, we figured the best way to do that is to review all of our legal and local policies and see what regulations and exhibits are required in order to implement those policies. So we reached out to TASB, and they provided us with all of the regulations and exhibits that pertain to our legal and local policies as a basis for us to determine whether we're going to utilize the TASB regulation or the TASB exhibit, or modify their regulation and exhibit, or use a district regulation or exhibit. So with that said, if you're at our website and you select About Us, you'll see this drop-down menu. And if you select on that first drop-down menu, the administrative regulations and exhibits, then we have another drop-down menu that'll appear, and that's A through G. That's the same format that TASB currently uses on our online process. So if the policy, legal or local policy, starts with a B, it'll be under B local governance. If it starts with a C, it'll be under business and support services. So we patterned our regulation and exhibit page the same way. So those, we have the same A through G wording as I just indicated that our legal and local policies have, but administrative regulations and exhibits, if you select, for example, D, personnel, then you'll see this menu of regulations and exhibits that our cabinet members have already reviewed, and we've posted them to the website with the help of Mr. Luna doing the posting for us. So, for example, there you see DAA exhibit, along with all the others that are listed. Those are already live and ready to be selected by the community, by the students, and by parents and staff. Another example, if you select F, there's the drop-down menu for all of the F exhibits at this time. And all the cabinet members are still working on placing all the regulations and exhibits in one location. It is a very lengthy process because we want to make sure that that exhibit or regulation is pertinent. Does it need to be modified? Does it need to be discarded completely and redone? And so we're still ongoing with that process. And that's basically the quick update that I had on where we're at with that process. Are there any questions?
Ms. Lozano?
I just have one, Mr.
Yes,
Salinas. And for the public, we already had the policies posted on the website, so the difference now is,
The actual
The actual
regulation and exhibit that might pertain
links.
to that particular policy.
okay, the links to the actual exhibits as well as any regulations?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
And the regulation is basically our procedures on how we're going to implement that policy. And the exhibits are basically forms that need to be filled out in order to follow those procedures.
Thank you.
And we hope to be scheduling a board workshop here soon to where we can actually look at specific policies, regulations, and exhibits in detail.
I think you've made pretty good progress on this. My only comment is a cautionary one. It's kind of on the edge of this topic. A month or two ago, I mentioned about the website becoming cluttered, right? And how we had, a year or two ago, we had got a new website. This is an example, if we're not careful, there's more on it, more stuff to get lost in. I mean, the whole idea of these links and these exhibits is to be able to find them easily. So there is an ongoing process to clean this website.
Yes, sir.
Because I see more going on it, I don't necessarily see
Yes, sir.
things coming off. I've seen some,
This is legislatively required, correct?
yes.
It is, ma'am, but there were a couple approaches. We could have, for example, asked TASB just to include it in the menu where they keep all the policies, but it comes at a hefty cost. So we chose this option.
It's user-friendly. It's perfect.
That's kind of my point about, the whole thing needs to be continuously cleaned, otherwise it's not going to be user-friendly. Anything else on this one?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Something to point out. All right. Okay, it's about 7:30 PM and we're on agenda item 8, consent agenda. Administration's just informed us that before we vote on this, there is something on one of those second reading, policy readings that they want to point out. But before we get to that, was there any questions by any board member on something on the consent agenda? And as everyone knows, we'll approve it all
Yes.
with one action, but I think Mr. Mesa has a question about something.
First of all, consent agenda from 8 to,
It's, consent agenda starts with A, minutes from the meetings. It goes on 2 pages until I. 9 is where the consent agenda has
Okay.
ended.
then I do have a question on one of the donations, and, if somebody could answer this for me. On the original agenda, we had donation, it was number 16, that I don't see now on the agenda for today. It was a substantial amount. Electric transmission
Okay.
Texas,
Yeah, Mr. Mesa, we need that clarified, because I have my board book, right, or the packet, and I'm looking at 16. So. you
We
said
don't have
was-
it on the-
It's not electronic on the.
Right.
Okay.
It's part of the donations, so it'll be one of the ones that we'll be recognizing today. But I think Mr. Messa's looking on this sheet over here. It's
I'm
six-
looking,
He's looking, he's
Online.
online.
Yes.
Yeah, because I'm a little confused.
It's weird.
Yeah, because I remember
Yes, yeah.
specifically asking about that.
Casillas, he's the one, well, I don't know if Casillas is the one, maybe logged me into different, no, we're on the same.
But is it today's meeting or last minute?
That's one. pulled it up. So Casillas, you're the one that pulled up my agenda meeting here.
Okay, scroll down, Ms. Valdez. Keep going, keep going, keep going.
Number 16,
Okay.
it's right there. You
Okay.
must be on a different agenda.
You're
Yeah,
supposed
he logged me in the wrong month. Never mind.
okay. Mr. Casillas' fault.
I'm
You
looking
did
at
the wrong login or something?
Looking at donations, not here. But I do have a question, though, because of the large amount, and it goes to the district, but we're talking about $10,000 here.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, board members. Yes, this donation was received a couple of weeks ago from Electronic Transmissions of Texas, and this is in relation to the pipe project. So all of the scrap that they collected, they then decided to donate those funds to our school district.
Okay. My question is, how is it going to be utilized?
Right now, we have it designated to student and staff incentives.
It still doesn't answer my question. How is it going to be divided?
Sir?
We just recently received the money with no stipulation on how we would use it. So we don't have a plan for the money yet. However, we have decided to try to build, for example, student engagement at the high school in terms of spirit. So this last week, we recognized all of the high school groups that had participated in the first semester. And really all it was an ice cream social for the campus, and we had a lot of students that came out. The second thing that we did was we funded spirit buses for students who are not involved in football activities like band and cheerleaders and stuff like that, and try to pull them in and take them to the game. So we took 2 buses to Laredo, and we helped use that money to fund that. Now, up to this point, that's all we've used it for. We have a separate fund that County protects a lot. It's what we call a Coke fund, the old Coke fund, and we were very careful not to commingle those monies and keep them separate. So the focus of the $10,000 will be for student incentives geared towards building that community spirit. We have to address some for the middle school and some for the elementary, but because of the immediate success of our football program, we wanted to make sure that we engage as many students as possible, as well as the other programs that we celebrated last Friday. But I'll definitely come up with a plan for the rest of the money. We really have only spent maybe $1,500 of that money, and then I'll share it with the board. But I guess the money came in about maybe 2 weeks ago, Connie?
2 or 3 weeks ago, it was at the beginning of the month.
Okay, because we have lots of suggestions. There's so many programs out there that are doing great. One example, robotics, and they always have their needs, and, there's a lot of participation now, and so just be open for suggestions.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, the suggestion would be for robotics.
Yes. Robotics is doing great.
Thank you.
Other questions about the consent agenda? Again, administration wants to fill us in on a couple items of the second policy reading, but other than that. Okay, Mr. Salinas, you have something to tell us about the second reading and adoption of policy revisions that are on the consent agenda.
Yes, it's really specifically H2 for update 100. We're going to pull 2 policies.
Okay.
Yes, we're going to pull from the reading, for second reading, CRD, which is this policy that I have highlighted for you. TASB sent us a memo during this review on 2 policies. CRD on the area that is highlighted here, district self-insurance, that for us to check with our local legal office to make sure that we weren't violating anything in reference to gift of public funds, because this portion here allows the fiduciary committee to authorize an expense that originally is not covered by our insurance. And the last time that was looked at was you can see down here, in 2006. And so we do have to go through those steps 1, 2, and then on the next page, 3 through 8, before the fiduciary committee authorizes an additional expense. So, as being cautious, we're deciding to heed their advice and hold off on that one until we review it with our legal team. The other one is that they asked us to look at was DCB, under where it says no certification requirements for a term contract. This is for employees that used to have a term contract that was required by SBEC or the district, but then they've moved on to a different position that no longer requires the SBEC certification. However, this district has routinely provided the Chapter 21 coverage for those individuals, and we've gone through this with past administrations, and we've always kept it. So we feel very confident that we want to continue doing that, and we're not pulling that. I was just sharing that with the board. The other one that we want to pull, and is not because of TASB, is DCE local, is that the way it's written, it actually lists the positions that are not going to receive a Chapter 21 contract. And that list continues to grow as of the second reading. I've got a list of, I believe 8. And so we need to modify that, and we'll bring that back as a second reading with those additional positions actually listed. We felt that if we put wording in there, not to be limited to, that we just didn't, we want to be upfront and share the positions as they go on this list. And so every time that there is an addition, we will have to bring it back to the board because it is a local policy that requires board approval with any changes.
Is that all of it?
Yes, sir. That is it. So we're basically pulling CRD and DCE from update 100.
Okay. Just those two, or did you, I thought you mentioned 3.
I mentioned a third one, DCB, but we're not pulling that one.
Okay.
We're leaving it as is because we're very confident that that's what we've always done and want to continue doing.
Okay. Dr. Rios?
Just want to make a comment to further clarify what Mike Salinas said. The policies that we're pulling, it isn't that we are adding anything to it, but whenever there's an update, TASB looks at all previous changes to local policy. So even though that these things that they're expressing have existed in the past, they will come up every time there's an update to that specific policy. But they ask that we have the legal team look at it, and because we're asking y'all to vote on it, we just want to be very open about it and say that TASB asked us to have the legal team look at it, so we're looking at it. But there are policies that previous boards have approved and that we've employed throughout. So I doubt that the legal team will advise differently, yet out of an abundance of caution, we'll do what they're asking.
Anything else? And of course, everyone knows that this does include that second reading also H1, which is FD local, and that's something we've looked at for several months now. That's part of the residency issues. So I think that's a good update as well. Other questions? No? Okay, was there anything else?
That was it for me. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Looks like we dispensed with all the questions for the consent agenda. They're, as you know, they're all routine items. So that said, is there a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda except for the ones that are being pulled? Mr. Chavita has motion, Ms. Lozano has second. All in favor by a show of hands. It's unanimous, motion carries. So several pages later, we are now on, before we get to agenda item 9, as is the custom, Is there any board member who would like to recognize those who donated to the district? That is board policy. Mr. Overfelt, are you volunteering?
Sure thing.
Great.
Following monetary donations. Aaron's Incorporated, $500 to Delro Middle School Pom Squad. Border Federal Credit Union, $200 to Dr. Lonnie Green Elementary Choir. The Del Rio Cross Country Booster Club, $326.22 to Del Rio High School Cross Country. The Del Rio High School Air Force Junior ROTC Booster Club, $30 to the Del Rio High School Air Force Junior ROTC. Emily Cooper, $250 to the Del Rio Middle School Pom Squad. Jonathan and Elizabeth Miller, $50 to Dr. Lonnie Green Elementary Choir. Lewis and Sherry Thomas, $25 to Ruben Chavita Elementary. Letusco Rodriguez, $48 to Lamar Elementary. Texas Athletic Productions, $1,000 Del Rio High School Athletic Department. Texas Community Bank, $100 to Dr. Lonnie Green Elementary Choir. The Bank and Trust, $250 to Dr. Lonnie Green Elementary Choir. The Edge Gym, $200 to Del Rio Middle School Pom Squad. The Spot and Pro Shop, to the following two schools, $86 to Ruben Chavita Elementary and $226 to North Heights Elementary. Walmart, $1,000 to the Del Rio Middle School Pom Squad. Electric Transmission Texas LLC, $10,000 to San Felipe Del Rio Consolidated Independent School District. And a non-monetary donation from Gaddy's Pizza Game Cards valued at $24,630 to secondary and elementary campuses there. And just a note and kind of reminder, as it mentioned, the Del Rio Middle Pom Squad there, I believe they're taking off this end of this week to go for the Macy's Day Thanksgiving Parade, so good luck to them, and we'll be watching. That does conclude the donation, sir.
Thank you. And as always, we appreciate and we thank all of those who donated to the district and to the students of the district. Okay, that brings us to agenda item 9, citizens to be heard. And I have 4 people have signed up to speak to the board on, looks like one, actually 2 different matters. So before we begin that, just a reminder for every board member and for those in attendance, that the Board of Trustees encourages comments from citizens of the district or from district employees. Anyone wishing to speak, either as an individual or as a representative of a group, may do so. The Board of Trustees asks that comments pertain to public education issues and be no longer than 5 minutes. Please remember that the Board of Trustees may not discuss or act upon any issues that are not posted on our agenda for tonight's meeting. If an issue mentioned is listed on tonight's agenda, the Board of Trustees will defer discussion until the appropriate time during the meeting. Complaints by students or the parents may be heard in accordance with policies FNG Legal and FNG Local. For employee complaints, those are heard in compliance with policies DGBA Legal and DGBA Local. Citizen complaints are heard in accordance with policy GF Local. All should follow the chain of command. If a resolution cannot be achieved administratively, the person may appeal the administrative decision to the Board of Trustees as a properly posted agenda item. With that said, these are in no particular order. They are as they were given to me by Ms. Falcone. Mr. Wilbur Beamer, and his topic is privatization of cafeteria. Mr. Beamer, the floor is yours.
Good evening, board members and president. My name is Wilbur A. Beamer. I'm a resident of Del Rio for approximately 24 years. I'm a retired federal officer, retired military, and SEAL. I'm here to discuss the privatizing the cafeteria for the Del Rio High School, and I think it's a bad idea, because when you privatize anything, the people that's been working here in that position for 15 or 20 years, they no longer are hired by the new contractors. So what are we going to do with those people that have been working in that environment for 15 and 20 years during their tenure? Are they going to be given servants' pay? Who's going to pay for the health insurance? That's one of my questions. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Roy Muskies. Also, the topic, as he listed, consideration to approve administration of SFDR for food service management. Mr. Muskies, welcome.
Evening, Board. Mr. Chairman, Dr. Rios, ladies and gentlemen of the Board. I'm here as President of the Retired Teacher Association, employees and teachers. My concern is that, and I know you all done your research on this, is for the employees. We usually talk about benefits and retirements and things like that. The district does contribute to the Teacher Retirement Association, retirement system of Texas, and that includes all the employees. My question is, if you are to go into this privatized contract, will that contract continue contributing to the benefit of the employees, the retired employees, or will they lose their citizenship as to the years of retirement that they have already put in? And if that's so, I think the employees of that different department, they need to know that they will lose their benefits. I hope it's not the case. I know you guys will do the right thing and consider those things, but if that's the case, y'all need to consider that very dearly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on this list is, this one's a little hard to read, Mr. Joe Stephen Mejia. Did I get that right? Yes. Mr. Mejia. And his topic is also, I'm not going to read it, but it's also regarding privatization, possibility of privatization food service company. Mr. Mejia.
Chairman Garabedian, Superintendent Rios, esteemed members of the board, thank you for taking the opportunity to listen to a tax-paying student who really doesn't have any children in the school district, but I'm always concerned with everyone's welfare when it deals with issues in the community. So thank you ahead of time. I went on the San Felipe Del Rio Consolidated Independent School District website today. I found some figures that were very interesting, some which I'm sure you're quite aware of. The website shows a fund balance of the Children Nutrition Fund of $919,844, a surplus, which is an increase of close to $250,000. That's $250,000 than it was August the 31st, 2013. Will this surplus be used as working capital for the private companies? That's something that'll probably likely need to be answered. More importantly, the New York Times has came out with some articles with research from the University of Michigan showing that when you bring in contractors and privatize mostly anything, but specifically food service, you're taking on a huge risk. You're taking on a huge risk with the local populace for the many individuals that you'll see on a day-to-day basis who may or may not have a job. The labor costs will decrease, but the fees will increase. That doesn't make sense in any type of math. The other thing to consider is that the same study goes on to say that when private service food corporation manages a kitchen, test scores fail. It heartens me to hear that we are already going through trying times with our education, and midstream and mid-year, we're thinking about taking on another challenge to privatize something which we haven't heard very much about. I should have given my introduction a little bit better than I did. Not only a taxpayer, I'm a former president of the AFG Local 1749 at Laughlin Air Force Base. I traveled around the country whenever privatization was being invoked and federal jobs were given away. I lived through those years as a federal employee. I saw a lot of good workers lose their jobs. Contractors come in like Halliburton and the mess they made, Enron and the mess they made, and our citizens and our taxpayers had to pay for it. You included, as well as me. So what I ask you to consider before you think about privatizing anything, and you may already have the votes, think about the effect that you're going to have, not just on yourselves, but on the people that you're affecting. The individuals who are already struggling to make ends meet. The meals, no doubt, will go up because, let's face it, privatization, those companies are here to make a profit. They're gonna make a profit, and you, your relatives, people you know, people that you see every day, are gonna have to burden that expense. I thank you for the opportunity to speak on this topic, and just remind you that the lives of approximately 80 food service workers and possible overhead are in your competent hands. And I was reading the goals, and it dealt with nurture. Well, I kind of put a little spin on it. Nutrition. There's that old adage, breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Well, there's a lot to be said about that. And if I've learned one thing from privatization, is that they cut corners to increase profit. And that's only good for one person, and that's the contractor. Thank you for the opportunity. Good day.
Thank you. And the last person on the list, Mrs. Diana Salgado, and her topic is, actually it's two, privatization of school lunches and tax abatements. Mrs. Salgado?
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Garabedian and board members. I have written here several questions, and I want to make sure I don't forget a single one of them. I'm here in opposition to the food program that you are considering privatizing. Why would you want to privatize a program that has been successful and that is successful? My second question is, what will be the additional cost to the students? Why should we make a private company rich at the expense of our students? Our main concern should be the kids. If the company doesn't make the expected profit, are we, the taxpayers, going to subsidize them? Doesn't it make more sense to invest in our kids' education? You should be more concerned about the 4 failing campuses and do everything humanly possible to help these kids succeed. And since when are private companies more important than our kids and their education? And last but not least, since these are federal funds going to our public schools, I feel that we, the people, should decide if we should or should not privatize, since transparency has been lacking big time on this issue. And of course, there is a concern with the employees as well. On the other issue, I would just like to ask, since it's only up for discussion tonight, and that is the abatement. I would like to ask you folks to ask yourselves, why should we, the taxpayers, subsidize private companies with our tax dollars when we, the taxpayers in Valverde County, have not gotten any kind of relief in our taxes? Thank you for your time, and I hope you consider these issues. These are very important, not only to the students, but to their parents. I don't have children or grandchildren attending the schools here, but I am a product of Del Rio High School. I attended Del Rio schools from the first grade on up to my senior year. And things were way different then, and I see nothing but more and more things that will affect our kids, and where more and more cuts are made to programs that could keep a lot of our kids off the streets and also better educate them. So please take all of this into consideration, as well as what the other speakers have spoken about. Thank you.
Just a point of clarification regarding Mrs. Salgado. She mentioned the abatement, which is up for discussion, but I would also point out that it is on the agenda later for possible action. So there's going to be a very healthy debate on those topics here momentarily. And as it is on the agenda, I would also invite those who have expressed their opinions to stay and watch the proceedings. I noticed looked like nearly every board member, including the superintendent, wrote down some of those questions and some of those concerns. Mr. Mejia, did you have something to follow up with? That's fine. That's fine. I'll allow it because he did sign up to present his information. He did have a packet with him.
Dr. Garza.
Thank you again.
Thank you. Okay, agenda item 10, Administration A, Chapter 313, Abatement Process Presentation. Is Mr. Bob Popinski here? I believe he is. He and Dr. Rios are taking the lead on this. Oh, Mr. Popinski.
Good evening, how are you?
Fine. And you are from Moak and Casey, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Mr. Garbino, if I might make the introduction. The school district has been approached by two entities, Pristine Sun Solar and Akua Energy, one for a wind farm and one about solar energy, about possibly developing their programs here in our area. And the process is where they hire somebody like Mr. Popinski from Moak and Casey to lead the process. So we've asked him to come here and make a presentation of what Chapter 313 involves, so that we may ask questions. And then, like you said, have a question and answer and see if it's something that the board is interested. I will also note that we've had discussions about Akua Energy in the past, and have decided not to move forward, yet they've asked to present to the board, so we've gladly put them on the agenda. But the first part is where Mr. Popinski will discuss what's involved in Chapter 313. So unless there's any questions, I'd like to ask him to proceed.
Go ahead, Mr.
Great, good evening. Like I said, I'm Bob Popinski. I'm with Moak Casey and Associates. We're a school finance consulting firm. We do a lot of legislative work for school districts. We only work for school districts. So the district asked me to kind of talk about what a Chapter 313 agreement is and what that process might be for the school district. We've worked on about 250 of these agreements across the state, about 80% of all the agreements in Texas, and we've only worked for school districts in that process. So what's before you tonight is not an adoption of anything. It's just informational, and no application has been filed, but I thought I'd kind of take you through the process on what the implications would be for the school district. Basically what Chapter 313 is it's a section in the tax code that allows districts an economic development tool to lure in certain types of projects through the community, whether it's manufacturing or clean energy. Those are the two big ones. And before you tonight is not only a wind project, but a solar project. Basically, what they're asking you to do is when they bring an application to the district, they're asking you to review it. So when you accept the application, you're not taking an up or down vote on whether you're going to give the agreement. You're just saying, we're going to look at this agreement. We're going to hire some consultants to run the school finance analysis, and then we're going to let the state review it as well. And so this is a fairly detailed process. It takes about 6 months once the application is actually filed with the district. And not only do your consultants run a detailed school finance analysis for you, but the comptroller kind of runs an economic analysis of their own, kind of what it would mean to the state, the county, and the surrounding areas. I don't know if you have this spreadsheet in front of you or not. I'll pass it out again. This is just one of the examples.
It's in the packet.
We have, okay.
It's in the packet.
I'm going to start off with the one that says Rock Springs Wind, if you don't mind, and kind of explain what the agreement actually would do. It's known as a value limitation more than a tax abatement because you're limiting the value to a certain amount. And for this district, it's $20 million, and that amount is determined by the comptroller and how much industrial property value you have in the district. So the value limitation runs anywhere between $1 million and $100 million. So the district's on the low end as far as industrial value. So any project would still be taxed at the $20 million for M&O purposes over a 10-year period on the M&O side. On the INS side, the value is fully taxed, right? So it is a benefit to you on the INS side because you're able to tax into that and potentially reduce your INS tax rate because you're adding value to the tax rolls. So if you kind of look at this spreadsheet right here, it's a 10-year program, and the wind farm in particular, and it works the same way for the solar. would put about $54 million on the roll in the 2016-17 tax year. But that $54 million wouldn't be taxed at $54 million. It would only be taxed at $20 million. So you're taking $34 million off the roll. So at your $1.04 tax rate, the company would have paid roughly $565,000 in taxes, but because of the value limitation only being taxed at 20, they're only paying $208,000 for a tax savings of $357,000. Now this is kind of where it gets tricky in the school finance world. You place a whole lot of value on the ground in the school finance system, and it kind of wreaks havoc with the school finance formulas, because if you remember, school finance is kind of based on prior year property value. So our first and foremost goal as your consultants is to make sure that you're not harmed financially in any way. So we run a calculation every year for 10 years. What would you be able to generate both state and locally if you're able to tax the full project on the M&O side versus what you're actually bringing in being taxed at the $20 million? The difference in those two school finance formulas for the first year is $432,000. The company is going to write you a check for that amount the first year to keep you harmless. So you're not out any revenue whatsoever. They're writing you a check. We do that every year. And as you can see, that the $54 million wind project increases to $236 million the second year. We're running the same calculation with whatever school finance formulas in place, meaning if the court decides it's going to change the school finance formulas in the next 2 years, we're going to do what's ever adopted by the state legislature to make sure you're not out any money, and the state's going to write it, or the company's going to write a check for that. So when the value increased to $236 million, we run the calculation on what your state and local revenue would be at that $236 million versus the $20 million. And you'll see that big number over there, $2.2 million. You're not out that money. The company writes you a check for that $2.2 million. So now you're kept whole, and that is guaranteed by the agreement. It's actually guaranteed by statute that they protect you for any revenue loss payment. What the statute also allows you to do is actually go after a benefit or agree to a benefit with the company on top of any revenue loss payment. So they put a cap on it. You can only receive up to $100 per student in average daily attendance for about 14 years. But in large school districts like this, that $100 per student would eat up all of the tax savings. So it doesn't make a whole lot of sense for the company to agree to that. So you negotiate a percentage. And the percentage for wind, going back until 2004, is about 40%. This is negotiable with the company, and it's the same case with the solar project. But you can negotiate a percentage of the tax savings. And in this case, I calculated the 40% of the tax savings, meaning anytime they actually save after they pay you your revenue loss payment, they're going to write you a check for 40% of the tax savings. So you can see it starting in year 3. Not only after they wrote you the revenue loss payment, they're going to write you a check for $851,000 that third year. You do that calculations for 10 years, the district would benefit roughly $5.4 million over the course of a 10-year agreement. What does this mean to the company? After they pay for your revenue loss protection, after they pay for your benefit, they benefit in tax savings of roughly $8 million. So the school district isn't harmed. They actually see a benefit from it over a 10-year period, and the company saves in the process. So it's kind of a win-win for both the company and the school district. That's basically how the process works. And when they actually apply, like I said, it's a very detailed process. We're going to run our school finance numbers and prepare a report for you. The comptroller is going to take about 90 days to review the application and write a letter of recommendation on whether you can actually approve the recommendation. If they deny the project, we would recommend that you wouldn't vote on it. And so about 150 days after they file the application and the board accepts the application, that's when you would take an up or down vote on actually whether or not you want to enter into the agreement. So there's no applications being filed tonight. It's just a discussion on anything. The later board agenda items, there's no applications to be accepted tonight. The Christine Sun didn't get their application in on time, and I know the issues with the wind farm, so they don't even have an application before you. So the conversation tonight is just, what exactly is the Chapter 313 process, and what does it mean to the district? So with that, I'll stop and see if you have any questions.
I have questions and comments. I'm going to start out by saying I don't support this whole idea of tax abatement, but I would like you to clarify a few things for me. I'm looking at an article that was in MySA blog about 2 years ago, and it references some of the Chapter 313 agreements, specifically the one that took place in San Antonio, I believe it was Southwest.
Southwest with the Toyota?
SD.
That's correct.
Now, that one was sort of tailor-made for what the legislature intended, because it was a huge manufacturing firm that brought something like 6,000 or 7,000 jobs to the San Antonio area, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But what we're talking about is a tax abatement for companies that are talking about employing 10, 15 people. You know, the other thing that bothers me about this whole idea is even in the same article, it talks about a report that went to the comptroller's office where it says, Chapter 313 has helped Texas attract a number of large manufacturing plants that have significant employment. However, due to subsequent amendments to the chapter, it has increasingly been used to over-incentivize projects that create few or no jobs. You know, the other thing that's noteworthy about this article is Southwest ISD apparently was in dire financial straits, or were taking money out of their fund balance every year. These two companies, Akua Energy and I believe it's Pristine Solar, Akua Energy for one, they're building right now, whether we involve ourselves with them or not, correct? And they've been doing it for about a year. So, you know, I hope the board understands that there's absolutely nothing that we do as far as the Chapter 313 that has anything to do with whether or not they continue construction. You know, from a philosophical standpoint, I guess, theoretical or whatever you want to call it, what bothers me, board members, is this. Everybody see this? It's a tax statement. And this tax statement is from a family in our district. Couple kids in school. They take their kids to school every day. They pay their taxes. Their home is valued at $143,790. They pay to this district approximately $1,679.33. And abatement has no effect on them. You know, what we're talking about in abatement is for a multinational corporation with millions of dollars of profits. Doesn't do anything for people like this and the other 20,000 like them in our district. Here's something else. In Southwest ISD, the tax breaks for Toyota ended in 2014, said Bill Atkins, the district's Associate Superintendent for Business and Finances. Like many district officials, Atkins considers the levy losses from Toyotas a wash because the state covers the cost. Financially, they're really not an impact to the district at this point. So I guess I'm a little perplexed why that might have been the case. Now, isn't this also, in terms of tax abatement, doesn't it work in such a way that this corporation, or a corporation, won't have to pay as much in taxes because that land is valued less, right? I guess that's probably layman's term. But the state makes it up to some way. Isn't that correct? It makes it up?
That's correct.
Yeah. So that's just moving money from one to the other. It's shifting the burden to the public in a roundabout way. I mean, Texas is really open for business if these things are proliferating. Other comments about the abatement process, Mr. Overfeld?
I too will go on record and also say that I don't support the whole abatement process because, again, like a lot of those points that Mr. Garabedian has already stated, they're the issue of the very small number of jobs, the impact to the actual tax-paying citizens of Valverde County. There and those that pay the vast majority of their taxes go to the school district, and there won't actually see a change there. And just first and foremost there, even though I see in the packet it says the mission will not be affected, I will have nothing to do with or even be seen as supporting anything that could affect Laughlin Air Force Base.
On that note, Mr. Overfeld, I'm waiting for Aku Energy because I have some questions about their report. Because that would be my primary concern with that organization, the sustainability of Laughlin Air Force Base. Are there any questions about the Chapter 313 abatement process? Mr. Mesa, it looks like you have one.
I also agree. I'm not in favor of any abatement, and as well, I know very well the area there, and it's a flight pattern. You know, of course, it's not the height, but it's a reflection, and so I've got a concern with it.
Mr. Chavita?
Same way with me. I don't agree with this abatement and the whole project as it is, because you were saying, you pointed out something about the airbase. Well, the airbase is gonna stay neutral. I've been through it. They might say, well, you know, the company will come over and says, hey, the airbase has nothing to do with it and all that type of thing. They don't have any yes and A that it's gonna affect the project, our mission here. But the reason is because they don't wanna get involved. They're told by their bosses not to get involved, so they're gonna say that they're not against the program, for or against. So, I'm the same way.
And to that point, Mr. Chavita, and certainly a point well taken, about 5 years ago, there was another wind farm about 45 miles from here, just past Bracketville. In fact, I go by it 3 or 4 times a week. And in August of 2009, there was an article in the Del Noril News-Herald about that wind farm, where Jennifer Harris, Laughlin Air Force Base Chief of Asset Optimization, told members of the City of Del Rio Val Verde Joint Airport Zoning Board during some meeting that Laughlin Air Force Base is concerned that the proposed wind farm in the Anaconcho Mountain Range, which is in Kinney County, may have a significant negative impact on its core flying missions. Now, like I said, I drive past that one 2 or 3 days a week. I know it's about 45 miles from here. Akua Energy is about 20 miles from here. Other questions about the tax abatement process? Because I'd really like to hear the presentations from the 2 energy companies.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Very nice. I believe first up is Pristine Solar, agenda item 10B. Mr. Claiborne?
Mr. Garabedian, Mr. Claiborne isn't here. Mr. Popensky does have some information to share on that item. He's been working with them.
Now, we did run estimates, which I think you have the spreadsheet on that. Once again, we represent the school district in all of this, so our role as Moat Casey is to, if you are interested in going ahead with this, that, you know, we run the numbers for you and make sure that you're protected. So we don't have an opinion one way or the other on any of these projects. The Pristine Sun project is about $190 million in taxable value. Once again, limited to $20 million on the M&O side, but on the INS side, it would be fully taxable. The revenue loss payment would be about $2.1 million that they would owe you. And the 40% benefit would result in about $3.6 million over the course of a 10-year period.
Mr. Popinski, I also know from driving through Bracketville frequently that there's a solar project of some sort out that way. Is that the same company, or is it a different?
I'm not sure if it's the same company or not. I know that there has been a number of solar projects that now fall under Chapter 313. Solar's a fairly new project for 313 over the last 2 or 3 years, about 10 or 15.
Let me ask you this, specific to Pristine Sun Solar, which is a company that wanted to make a presentation, they're an energy company as well. They're also involved in wind farms. In fact, if we were to take the time and go to their website, I could show you that they built the 2 biggest wind farms in Kansas. Apparently they're very proud of it, as they should be. It's a great endeavor on their part. So in the case of like a Chapter 313 agreement, if a company came in as a solar company, would that prevent them from building a wind farm under the same agreement as well?
It would. The agreement's specific to the solar
Specific to
project.
the activity?
Yes. You would have to pass a completely different Chapter 313 agreement for the wind project.
And where is that one going to be located?
The wind project?
No, the solar.
The solar? I'm not sure exactly the location in the district. He sent me a map, but I'm not familiar with the district boundaries, so he did send a map, but I just couldn't tell you exactly where.
That's fine. And for the record, again, Pristine Sun Solar is an energy company, and they do produce wind farms. We can pull up their website and see. I really wanted Mr. Claiborne to be here, because I was gonna ask him how someone with a degree in anthropology from the University of Washington gets into the energy business. I was just curious about that, but apparently he's not here.
Pristine Sun appears to be out by Laughlin's, Westgate.
Oh.
Looks like the old
Okay.
SC Ranch.
Oh, the SC Ranch. Well, there's a good.
It looks, I'm just saying, it looks like it's in
Well,
that area.
if memory serves, that was a fiasco of sorts about a decade and a half ago. Correct? Kind of similar issues, although they didn't build wind farms, but they did seem to encroach on the single largest economic factor in this community. I believe I'm sorry, is it Royale or Royal? Royal. Mr. Hans Royale is here from Akua Energy, so I'm interested in hearing your presentation.
I could just navigate.
Okay.
Oops, I'm so sorry.
Well, Mr. Garabedian and Dr. Rios, I appreciate you guys, your willingness to have me today. And I appreciate your initial thoughts on tax abatement and about wind farms in general. I think I'll try to speed through this, and because I know you had a long day and a long meeting here. But I'm happy to, we've been wanting to get on your agenda for a while, just so you know who we are, because,
It's been about a year, if memory serves, when, I don't know if it was you or if it was one of the other people in the Chicago office that was pretty insistent about meeting with us in a special meeting. Was that you, or was that the other individual?
Yeah, that was me, yeah. I've met with Dr. Rios before, and Yannicani Valdez, who was kind enough to sit down with me, so I was involved in trying to get on your agenda before. Yeah. I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't, quite frankly, so. But we want you to know who we are and what we're doing, where it is, and why we're doing it. And then happy to answer questions and about wind farms and about, it sounds like there are going to be a lot of questions from the board, and I'm happy to answer them as best that I can. But I want to let you know who we are, and we really appreciate your time today. First of all, we're an international renewable energy company. We focus only on renewable energy. Throughout the world, there's about 10 different offices. We're a French parent company, but in the United States, we're an autonomous company called Akua Energy USA. Headquartered in Chicago, but we look across the country for opportunities to build clean, renewable energy when and where it's economically viable and beneficial to the grid. And so we have several projects throughout the country right now, 5 utility-scale wind projects at this time that we're looking to build at some stage in the next few years here. So we've been doing projects in Texas since about 2008. And this just gives you an example. We are an international company that has several different operating locations. In the United States, this would be our first project that we would get put in the ground if we would go ahead and build it. So about the Rock Springs Valverde Wind Project, its total capacity is 180 megawatts. It's approximately 80 to 100 wind turbines. It's ready for construction, and I know there was a comment about how we were already constructing the wind farm, and I'll touch on that in a second. We anticipate being operational in the year 2016, and it's across 18,000 roughly acres of private ranches, and General Electric is the manufacturer of the turbines that will be supplying the project. And then we have a national general contractor who who we've hired to build the project. And so to touch on where we are in the project construction phase, we initiated some minor construction on certain areas of the ranches in order to basically ensure that we would gain actual federal tax credits, is what they're called, PTCs, production tax credits.
Well, let me interrupt you. That's
Sure.
something I forgot to mention to the board. I have another article if the board wants to see it. There is also another tax benefit, I guess it would be called, that energy companies often pursue. It's called a production tax credit. I don't know if anyone's familiar with it. Could you just tell us a little bit about what that production tax credit is?
Sure. So,
and this is federal.
This is a federal program. That's exactly right. And so the production tax credit, along with many other growth industries, the renewable energies are get benefits via what's called tax credits. It's a lower impact incentive than a cash incentive. Certain countries and certain even states throughout the continental U.S. have tax credits that are on a cash basis. This is different. This is basically a credit for each megawatt hour that the wind farm produces. The entity can write that off on its taxes. The owner of the project can write off a certain amount. It's $23 per megawatt hour that we generate, can write that off on our taxes. And what it basically does is it helps wind energy be competitive with other heavily subsidized industries like oil, natural gas, and coal. So really, we really in the industry don't see it as a special incentive that wind farms get. It puts us on par with non-renewable and polluting type of carbon intensive fossil fuel generation that have been getting tax credits and tax incentives from the federal government since the early 1900s. So that's a little bit about the production tax credit, and that's why we had to do certain construction activities in order to ensure that we would have access to those credits like many other projects throughout the country. So we're not under construction yet. I would say that if the school district were willing to go forward with the tax abatement program for us, it would be a major factor in whether or not we would build the project.
Could you go to your website, please? The main website of your parent company.
Okay.
What we do, can you go to what we do up there at the top?
Mm-hmm.
And then can you go to over here on the left to wind?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, can you scroll down a little bit? So these are the construction places. I noticed there's a number in Europe and France and other places. You have Rock Springs 1. If you could pull up Rock Springs 1.
Mm-hmm.
And if you could go forward on that photo, maybe this was in the handout, I'm not sure. No, the next photo. I want to get to the construction trucks.
Mm-hmm.
So what construction company is this?
This was D&D.
Okay.
D&D.
Out of
San
Antonio. Next photo. Out of San Antonio.
I think so.
Okay. When were these photos taken?
Last. It's a good question. It would have been probably in the spring of last year.
Spring of last year.
Or of 2014. Spring of 2014. We started in December of 2013 with some foundation pit construction and road construction.
Yeah, because in the North American Wind Power magazine, it mentioned that ACOA commenced construction at the Rock Springs project in December of 2013.
That's
so
right.
I guess this is it, right?
That's right. Yeah. So
about a year ago, this construction company's out there.
That's exactly right. Yeah. So, in order to, this may be too much detail for you guys right now, but I'd be happy to explain the reasons why. The production tax credit has an expiration each year. It's a short-term incentive. It keeps getting extended on a year-by-year basis. It's an issue with Congress. And so the last iteration of the production tax credit said, as long as you're under construction by the end of 2013, then you're eligible for the federal production tax credit. So we had to do a certain amount of work, which was, it has to do with a certain percentage of the total value of the project on site on the actual ground, off of our balance sheet before the project gets financed, in order to ensure that we would have the tax credit going forward. So what we did was we dug 6 turbine foundation pits, laid mud mats, and we built about 12,000 linear feet of new caliche roads for the ranch owners. So that's what we did in order to ensure that we would have the federal production tax credit on a go-forward basis, pending, I mean, we're expecting that it will get renewed every year like it always does, but if we would wait around for it to be renewed each year, then we, the wind farm takes longer than a year to go from start to finish, to complete. So there's no way we can wait for the extension to happen, then start construction and be done by the deadline. So we had to actually start before, if that makes sense. Okay? Does it make sense?
Well, construction started a year ago, but it was just a little bit of construction.
Right.
To get the federal tax credit.
That's right. That's exactly right. Yeah. It's a strategy that's used by hundreds of wind farms throughout the country. So.
And getting back to hundreds of wind farms around the country, on that previous page, and certainly I'm no expert on wind farms, but it kind of struck me based on the 180 MW that I think this is a very large one compared to the holdings of Akua Energy, or no? It is?
Yeah, it's a large one.
Yeah, it's a large one. Can you go back to the page that shows the different places and compare the capacity, right? Like that one up there at the top is double-digit MW and so on, and all the way down the line, and then Rock Springs 1 is 180, right? We're going to be, at least.
Rock Springs 1 is 96, Rock Springs 2 is an additional.
Oh, so both of them will be almost 200.
Correct.
Okay, so even on this, right, Rock Springs 1 at
96 megawatts.
96 is bigger than most of those there at the top. Right? Bigger project, is that how I understand it?
That's right.
Is that megawatts a year or a day?
That's the installed capacity. So what it means is, so if this were a natural gas plant, if it were 96 megawatts, that would mean the availability of a gas plant is like 95%. So that means for every single hour you generate 95 or 96 megawatt hours per hour. So during that hour, it has to do with how much you inject into the system. A wind farm doesn't have a 95% capacity. The wind doesn't blow all day, every day. So wind farms are about 40 to 50% capacity. So it would be the equivalent of about a 40 to 50 megawatt natural gas plant in terms of the amount of energy injected into the grid per year. Happy to keep going on the website, or?
Sure, no, go back to the presentation, I have some more questions.
Okay.
Now, the ranch, you mentioned 18,000 acres, but it's not one ranch, right?
No,
there are multiple ranches.
Yeah, there's about eight landowners.
Yeah, because I see one advertised for sale, about 619 acres, advertising that it includes a percentage of the wind income on Mr. David Franken's Rock Springs Ranch
Yes.
website. Yeah, okay, Akua says right here it's on a wind lease with Akua Energy and is preliminarily micro-sited to have 4 turbines built on it within 18 to 24 months. Owner will convey 30% of the wind rights with the sale. Asking price is $1 million. So that's one of the.
That's one
out of the 18,000 acres.
Right.
Okay. Those turbines, I noticed you bought them from General Electric, right? Because the same announcement said Akua Energy announced that Akua Energy USA selected 56 GE 1.7 and 103 wind turbines to power its phase 1.
Right.
So that's a reference to, correct?
Right.
Okay. What do you mean by made in the USA?
The wind farms are manufactured and assembled in the U.S.
The wind
Oh,
turbines.
sorry, the wind turbines.
Yeah. Completely manufactured in the U.S.?
I'd have to look at the statistics on what percentage
Yeah, because
are assembled in the United States, that's for sure.
Yeah, they're assembled, because I know GE has 3 turbine manufacturing facilities in the US. One's being closed, but this report also talks about how they're mainly assembled, that they have production sites in about 6 foreign countries. I was kind of struck by that comment.
Okay.
There's one in San Angelo.
What's that?
There's one in San Angelo.
Talking about here, the vicinity, the project is basically between, where the fork between the road is, 377 and 277, by the border patrol station right there, and it expands to the northeast. So you had a few comments about the Laughlin Air Force Base, and I understand that this is really the elephant in the room. I mean, why you guys haven't been willing to go forward, it seems like, is because you don't want to appear to be supportive of something that may threaten the Laughlin Air Force Base. And I guess the comment that I would have there is that not only are we outside of the military operations area of Laughlin, but we already went through what's called FAA, the FAA permitting process. And under the FAA permitting process, there is a Department of Defense clearinghouse procedure that happens where all the branches of the Department of Defense have an opportunity to oppose a project, that they feel would cause a negative effect on their military operations. And so Laughlin had the opportunity to do so. They did not do so, and we've received what's called no hazard determinations from the FAA. So, and we have actually had communication with Laughlin about our project. They're aware of our project. They're not officially supportive or against our project, and we understand the position there, and we're okay with that. And of course, we'd love to have them be supportive of it, but we understand that there's a worry that too much wind activity may affect their funding on a long-term basis, and I can be appreciative of that perspective for sure. But we're pretty open and available to all potential stakeholders in this project, and have had open communication with Laughlin about it. So.
Yeah, the problem with wind turbines, as I understand it, is they wreak havoc to some degree with radar systems. That, it causes problems tracking weather, tracking incoming flights. And I realize the FAA grants a permit or whatever, but I also know they can be suspended later on. I was reading this article about the FAA denied Pioneer Green Energy an extension for wind turbine construction. And as Mr. Chavita pointed out, the base normally doesn't take a stance one way or the other. So.
Well, they have an official avenue to express a likelihood of adverse impact, and they haven't done so. So I have to say that if they were opposed to it, or if they had a legitimate reason to say would it adversely affect their operations, then they would be free to do so, and they would. I would hope that they would have done so already. So I understand, that. So I'll move on, unless you want me to go, if you want to keep talking about the Laughlin, no. Okay. Basically, what, we're a renewable energy company, and we think renewable energy is a great idea. And there are several reasons why it benefits the community more than just, a tax abatement program or jobs. I understand it's not a manufacturing facility that would employ hundreds of people, but wind energy has been a great benefit to Texas in general. It's been a great economic developer for the entire state. Texas is the leading state in the nation for renewable energy, and specifically wind energy. It's been a huge job creator. It really has been, not only for local jobs around the wind farm, of which there aren't that many if you compare it to a Walmart or compare it to a manufacturing facility, but there is significant manufacturing jobs in the United States because of wind energy, specifically because of GE, quite frankly. Secondly, it reduces energy prices, and that's a proven fact. We're a competitive electricity generation source, and it helps communities just like this one, my own electricity bill, be lower, because wind energy, the wind is free, and once you get a project built, it operates at very low cost for 20 to 30 years. And so wind energy is a legitimately good source of electricity, and it also helps avoid the reliance on very volatile oil prices and very volatile electricity prices as a result of oil and gas commodities markets. So there's no commodity that goes into it, and so it's a very effective safeguard against extremely high commodity prices that we saw in 2008 that spiked everyone's electricity bill and really hampered the growth of manufacturing jobs in America. And with the installed capacity that's been built since 2008 until now, you know, the wind energy is very proud of the fact that it's helped keep electricity prices down, which will attract more and more jobs in manufacturing into the country. And we're very convinced about that. Not only the climate change issue, the environment, we think it's great for that too, but we also think it's great to actually make energy here in the United States using the resources that are available, specifically ones that don't pollute the environment. So we add tens of billions of dollars a year to the U.S. economy. It's good for the environment, like I said, and also, you know, in water-strapped areas, it doesn't take water. So we think that that's another great benefit of wind energy. So why Rock Springs? And you know, it feels a little bit awkward, you know, giving you these numbers when they've already been sort of minimized by comparing them to other jobs. But we're not going to hide behind the fact that we think diversifying different skill sets and bringing new technologies into an area, you know, I think it's a good idea, and I think that, you know, the communities that have supported this type of project benefit from it. Quite frankly, I don't think there's anything wrong with bringing new technologies into a market and hiring local people to maintain and learn, you know, local electricians, local engineers into a project, and having them learn about what wind energy is, and having them learn about what solar energy is.
That construction company that you showed us the beginning of a year ago, you said that was out of San Antonio?
So you specifically asked what that construction company was. That's a subcontractor who built our roads, and their name is D&D out of San Antonio.
Out of San Antonio?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. But this will be local, but the construction company wasn't. Right. I mean, you're telling us that, you know, these would be local jobs, but I guess that construction.
Local construction economic impacts, is that what you're asking about?
No, I'm just a little confused.
New construction jobs, 100 plus, so that's during the construction phase. New permanent jobs, 10 plus, okay. Local construction economic impacts, 40 plus million. And so, you know, we can't hire a Del Rio company to do the construction of the entire wind farm. There just quite frankly isn't a qualified contractor, or else we would. There are qualified subcontractors that are out of Del Rio and San Antonio and the neighboring communities, and we've encouraged our national general contractor, who we're required to use a national general contractor that's approved by the banks, et cetera. We've put a lot of pressure on them to use local companies when and if possible, and use local materials, use local talent. In fact, we've been in close contact with the Texas Veterans Commission. The woman's name is Janice Castillas. She is the Veterans Employment Representative, and she represents actually Laughlin Air Force Base. And what we've tried to do there is encourage our contractor to hire veterans out of the program, and we're actually working with a group called Orion International. If you'd like to look them up, Orion International, they're a company that specializes in job placement for veterans, and they have a subsidiary called Gemini Renewable Power. And I'd be happy to answer questions or give you their contact information. But we've brought Gemini Renewable Power is a subsidiary of Orion that specializes in wind technicians that are veterans and placing them throughout the country. And so we've actually brought them into the Rock Springs project in hopes of placing local people into the wind farm permanently. So, okay, so there's an economic ripple effect. We think it really helps spur economic activity in the area. We also know for a fact that many of these ranches, maybe they're for sale because they're not economically viable after the Farm Bill had its changes. You know, a lot of these farmers and ranchers have been struggling just raising sheep and goats. They've had to go to exotic hunting and different things, but we know for a fact that wind energy is going to save a lot of these ranches and keep them in the ranching business. We know that for a fact.
I have a question about your notation there at the bottom.
Yes.
I understand this is a projection of sorts, 10 full-time engineers, et cetera.
Sure.
In fact, assumes 180 MW final project capacity. Data outputs based upon NRELs. Could you tell me what that acronym is, NREL?
National Renewable Energy Laboratory?
Okay, so that's this, right?
Yes.
Huh. And what is the JEDI model?
Jobs and Economic Development Impact Model?
Let's see, the NREL is the National Laboratory of the U.S. Department of Energy, Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy, correct?
Presumably.
Yeah, well, that's what it says
Long
on,
name.
that's what it says on here.
Okay.
So I guess what I'm trying
NREL
to
is a
figure out
laboratory.
is this information is actually produced, right, by the U.S. Department of Energy, Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy, which has a vested interest in promoting this. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's true. They do have an interest in helping the renewable energy industry grow in the United States. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So that concludes my presentation. There's my contact information, office, mobile, email, address. If anyone would like to talk further or have another discussion or happy to answer questions now, email me anytime, call me.
You have questions, board? I mean, I've stated my case. I'm in no way supportive of Chapter 313 tax abatement. There are two elephants in the room. You know, one is the viability of Laughlin Air Force Base. You know, I understand that you say it's no threat. I'm certainly not going to make a decision just based on a handful of information. There's well-documented evidence that wind farms are problematic for air bases. The other elephant in the room is you know, this whole idea of tax abatement is helping a handful of investors, a massive corporation, save on their taxes. Doesn't do the average person any good.
Can we talk about that for a minute?
Go ahead.
I'm curious why a program that would actually increase the school district's revenue by 5.4 to, let's say, $8 million is not attractive to your students and to your facilities and to what you guys are trying to accomplish here.
Well, to me, it's a matter of perspective. I certainly can understand that there may be some positive financial impact to the district, but there's too many variables, too many unknowns for me to grab some money, so to speak, not knowing what the effect of that is going to be. I mean, I'm not convinced that the construction of a wind farm 20 miles distant from Laughlin, as opposed to one that was built 45 miles distance from Laughlin, poses no threat. I'm also wondering if you're successful because we help you get millions of dollars of tax rebates. If you want to expand and then potentially it becomes a threat that we think that it won't become for Laughlin Air Force Base. Laughlin Air Force Base puts something like $250 million a year into the community. There is no other economic engine that even comes remotely close.
Totally understand that. I understand.
You know, and none of this affects the 20 or so thousand landowners or homeowners like this, their taxes, but it'll affect, you know, some people who own
Well, it'll affect the students, right? So it will affect the students, and it will affect all the landowners that are going to benefit from the wind farm via land payments. It'll affect your electricity prices by reducing them. And I would say that if we do plan on an expansion, we're not pulling the wool over anyone's eyes. Every single turbine that we would ever put up would have a specific survey done that's stamped by a third-party surveyor that's then submitted to the FAA for that entire clearinghouse procedure to happen again. So there's no chance that we do, you know, first phase of the project are 2 turbines or 7 turbines, and then all of a sudden we build 200 without Laughlin being able to state their case if we ever either impact their current operations or their planned operations. So I really don't agree that we're going to be impacting Laughlin, but I understand that they don't, you know, that you guys don't want to appear to support something that may get you in trouble with them. I understand that completely, and I can't.
For me, it's quite simple. You know, either appear or not. I'm just not willing to take the risk. And certainly, you know, this whole idea of benefiting a small group of individuals in a multinational corporation.
I mean, I'd say it benefits the school district.
Yeah, possibly.
Well.
Certainly.
Okay. All right. Well, I really appreciate your time and your
Mr.
willingness
Chivito?
to talk to me. If you have any questions in the meantime,
I don't have any questions, but I just wanted to I'm in full agreement with our president here. And why should we take a chance? You people are gonna make money regardless. And the thing about it is that here you're saying $5 million. Yeah, but you're taking a heck of a lot more money. So if it's so good for us, why ask for a tax abatement?
Yeah, so as Mr. Popinski pointed out, the numbers that he came up with were entirely his numbers and what he just has seen other wind farms do in terms of splitting the overall net benefit of $13 million, say. 60-40 wind farm to school district, but that's absolutely negotiable. So those aren't my numbers. Those are what every other wind farm in the state of Texas does. And what I'm here to ask you guys is to say, hey, allow us to benefit from a state program that doesn't harm you at all, that actually helps your students. And it's also the program that every single, I think there's only one wind farm in this entire state of hundreds of wind farms that has not been granted tax abatement. So, I'm just asking for a procedural, a state program that is available to all the other wind farms out there, and that we're just asking to be a part of and to benefit from here.
But all the other wind farms don't have a problem that we have here with our Air Force mission. You know, we stand to lose a whole lot, and you stand to gain everything. So I don't think I want to take a chance.
I understand.
Bottom line.
So what can we do? What can we do in the meantime? If the Laughlin Air Force Base was supportive of the project, would the school board approve?
You're asking a complete unknown. I'll just restate, if we take Laughlin out of the picture, from a philosophical standpoint, I have a problem with benefiting a small number of people through that type of tax abatement. I love the word abatement, right? I love words because abatement, if you look at Webster's dictionary, a lessening, a diminution, a reduction, a moderation, a removal. Why don't we just say that? All of that, taxes.
The school district doesn't get a dime less than it would have otherwise, and in fact, it gets a lot more.
Well, that may be so, but I still think that there's just too much at play here. Okay, that's my opinion. I mean, there's 6 other members of the board.
Yeah, I feel the same way, and I don't think.
I think Aku Energy is a great energy company. I'm sure it's doing great things, and Pristine Solar as well, and General Electric, absolutely. I mean, certainly not opposed to development. I'm not touching it.
Look, it's been a fun debate. I'm glad to be here, really, I am. And if you have other questions or you want to continue to talk about it, please let me know. I'm available. I'm passionate about renewable energy, so I'm happy to talk about it anytime. But appreciate your time. I won't take any more of it, unless there are any other questions.
Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Thank you. Well, that gets us through agenda item 10A, B, and C. So let's go on. You want to take a quick break?
Please.
We need to take a 5-minute break for everybody. Okay, I so move 5-minute recess. Second, Overfeld, all in favor. Everybody's in favor. 5-minute recess. So move to end our 5-minute recess. Mr. Overfeld is second, all in favor. Okay, recess is ended. Unanimous. Okay, so we are back in session. Agenda item 11. Oops. We do need to wait for Betty, because she's, Is she coming in? Yes. So we're on agenda item 11, curriculum and instruction. A, consideration to approve the memo of understanding, preparatory classes of the Board of Trustees of San Felipe Del Rio CISD and Southwest Texas Junior College. Dr. Garza, you're up.
Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, members of the board, the state of Texas has mandated via House Bill 5, Section 10, for us to have a partner, for us to help our kids with preparatory classes that do not qualify for college readiness. So we are moving to partner up with Southwest Texas Junior College, and that's what this MOU is. I can go a little bit further if you want to state exactly what it is. If there are any questions?
Any questions? This is compliance basically with House Bill 5. I mean, it's not a lot. Did you have something to add?
No, just to summarize it, when Dr. Garza was reviewing the MOU, in this case, all we're doing is asking the junior college to let us use the curriculum that they use for the preparatory classes, so we can comply with House Bill 5, and they've agreed to the MOU. That's really all there is to it. Now, there is one change to the MOU. It says that that either party can withdraw from the MOU within 30 days. So because our students will be involved in semester-long classes, we're just gonna modify the MOU to say that we can continue through the rest of the semester, or 30 days, whichever is longer.
I did notice the start date was actually several months ago, so.
July 1st
Right.
was the agreement. We have been talking with Southwest Texas Junior College. They are going to share the curriculum. Some of the things that we are working still with them is for them to actually share the curriculum with us. We have identified the kids, but we're not faltering at all because we are going to start these classes in the spring. Right now, the way we look at the list, there's about 80 kids possibly that could be in this situation.
I think this is, if there's questions, certainly, but I think it's pretty standard, it's compliance, it's something the House bill says we have to do, and it looks like we're on a good path to start doing it. So, if there's no questions or recommendation.
It is a recommendation of administration that the board approve the memorandum of understanding with Southwest Texas Junior College.
For the recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Mr. Chavita has motion, Mr. Mesa has second. All in favor by a show of hands? Unanimous, motion carries. Agenda item 11B, consideration to approve the performance-based monitoring analysis system, PBMAS Target Improvement Plan. Aida Garcia and Ms. Aida Gomez.
Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, and members of the board, the targeted improvement plan was presented at an earlier time during the agenda. If there are no questions at this time, I'd like to make the following recommendation.
Are there any questions from the board? Okay, the recommendation then, please.
It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the submission of the targeted improvement plan for the San Felipe Del Rio Consolidated Independent School District.
For the recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Mr. Chavita has motion, is there a second? Mr. Mesa has second, all in favor by a show of hands? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All opposed, one opposed. I just want to clarify, the only reason I'm voting no, I didn't get a chance to look at it. I mean, I'm not saying it was anyone's fault. I checked my email, I didn't get it. It's really not something I was gonna make a decision about having not looked at, that's all. So,
Thank you.
I appreciate you getting the copy for me during the thing. So motion carries, one opposed. Agenda item 12, facilities and operations. A, consideration to award RFP number 15-04 Del Rio High School freshman new restroom concession dressing room building project, Mr. Salinas and Mr. Graves.
Good evening again. Mr. Garabedian, members of the board, Dr. Rios. On November the 6th, we opened up the bids for our freshman Del Rio High School restroom, dressing room, concession building, RFP number 15-04, and we received 2 competitive sealed proposals. They have been provided to you under separate cover. Those proposals were from Frontera Construction, Del Rio, Texas, with 180 days of construction time, which is approximately 6 months, with an amount of $399,500. The other bid was from J.P. Sanchez Construction, with a construction days of 240 and a base bid amount of $445,000. After careful consideration of all of the selection criteria, such as but not limited to monetary amount, time of completion, experience with similar type of work, financial resources, etc., it was determined by Graves and Associates and the administration that the best value to the district would be the selection of Frontera Construction of Del Rio, Texas, for the Del Rio High School freshman new restroom concession dressing room building project. Under separate cover, we have provided you with that recommendation letter from Mr. Graves. And that is the concept drawing for that building. And so at this time, we'll ask for any questions before I read the recommendation.
Mr. Mesa has a question or comment?
Do you have the floor plan?
Do I have it here?
The question that I had, Mr. Salinas, is, Frontera hasn't done any work for us in previous years, correct?
They did the freshman renovations for the gym and the dressing rooms.
For the gym and the dressing room?
Yes.
Okay, but major projects that, I'm just, we always bring up the fact that, we have 180 days in this contract. How are we going to make sure that they adhere to the 180 days?
Well, we have bi-monthly meetings with them, and we review their schedule on a regular basis. They also were awarded the stadium project with an 8-month completion, so this project will actually come in 1 month prior to that. And obviously, we have the architect and our project manager that will continue to monitor their progress on an ongoing basis.
Okay, just as long as they meet the deadline.
There's the floor plan, Mr. Chavita. So basically, we have the group of restrooms for the public and for our athletes. The dressing room here for the boys and the girls is strictly for our athletes, not open to the public. That's why they have their own doorways to them, but they also have the doors into the restrooms if they need to use them that will remain locked at other times. We do have the concessionary that we talked about, and the coach's office with their own toilet and interior storage and an exterior storage that was placed into this floor plan. And the whole floor plan is air conditioned, as discussed during the design development.
It's good.
Mr. Overfelt?
Would it be ready to go by the start of season in August, hopefully?
Yes, it'll actually be completed 6 months. Notice to proceed will be in about 2 weeks, because we have to give them approximately 2 weeks for them to get their bonds and their insurance in place. And they'll be completed 6 months, so starting, let's say, December, they'll be finished by May.
Awesome, thank you.
Anything else before the recommendation? I think we're ready for the recommendation.
It is the recommendation of the administration that the San Felipe Del Rio CISD Board of Trustees authorize the administration to negotiate a contract with Frontera Construction of Del Rio, Texas for the Del Rio High School freshman new restroom concession dressing room building project in accordance with RFP number 15-04 and a base bid in the amount not to exceed $399,500 and authorize the superintendent of schools to sign the contract.
For the recommendation, I so move to accept. Is there a second? Ms. Lozano has second. All in favor by a show of hands? Unanimous, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Agenda item 12B, consideration to approve the design development phase for the CTE Center project. Mr. Salinas and Mr. Martinez from PBK is here. Welcome, Mr. Martinez.
Under separate cover, we had provided you a packet a while back, and then right now we've also provided you with the PowerPoint presentation. So at this time, I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Martinez, our architect for this project.
Thank you, Mr. Salinas. Good evening, Mr. Garabedian and Dr. Rios. I hope you guys are doing well. It's been a long night. Anyways, I'll try to go fast. All right. Our project starts out, of course, at the existing site. There's one of two sites that we were looking at. This is the existing old North Heights site. This is what it looks like currently today. And this is what our proposed site plan would look like. You can tell by this one, we pretty much take everything off the site, all the demolition, all the portables, the existing building, everything goes away, and we put in a new career and technology building, which would include carpentry, electrical, automotive, welding, Project Lead the Way, and some core classrooms. We We also were asked to look at future expansion of the site. And here in pink, you can see, let me see if I got a mouse here. Yes. In the pink, we got about a 18 to 20,000 square foot addition, which would add about 7 classrooms and 2 future labs, a kitchen and a cafeteria for the campus. Your cafeteria would sit up here, your kitchen would sit up in here. These are classrooms here. Then here's 2 future shops with some classrooms across from them and some boys and girls restrooms. And incidentally, this is a future expansion for or an alternate expansion for the welding shop of about 1,000 square feet. We also have an alternate to add about another 1,000 square feet in canopy coverage for the welding area. One of the things that's we need to note about this site is that currently we don't have a survey for this site, so how tight this piece of the building will actually fit on this site, we don't know until we actually get a survey, so we're a little concerned about that expansion.
That's due to setbacks.
Building setbacks.
Building setbacks.
Can you go back to that slide real quick? And this is just so I can understand a little bit. Okay. Yeah, I guess I do see it's a little hard to understand because the setbacks, right, are from those 2 primary, or those 4 roads, right?
Yes.
Okay.
From the property line.
What we do know is that Tony went and met with the city, and there's a 25-foot setback on this side and a 25-foot setback on this side. We don't know exactly where they are because we don't know exactly where the property lines are, but we do know those exist. I don't know that we got confirmation on what the setbacks are along these 2 roads on 9th and 10th. Did we? Is it 15? It's 15 feet.
Because
So
they're
this
not
one's pretty
thoroughfares.
close right here. This is going to be close.
That's all.
Okay, all right. Here's our Southwest Texas Junior College site. This is what it looks like today. Actually, there's actually 2 more portables that are sitting out here that aren't shown on this aerial. We did receive a survey from Mike and Tony, which showed these other 2 portables that are actually right here, and then that existing building. So this is the same building with the same expansion or alternates, the alternate for the welding shop and alternate for its canopy out here. And on this site, we have teacher parking sitting up here. We got about 27 teacher parking, about 16 visitor parking, and about 27 student parking. One of the things previously that we had talked about here is possibly sharing this parking lot with our building. The school came back, or the college came back and said we couldn't do that. They didn't want us doing that. So we had to make space for it on our site. Again, here's our expansion, 18 to 20,000 square foot expansion on that side of the building. And in this scenario here, we would move teacher parking over here because we could no longer fit it here, and then we would increase the parking. One of the things that we need to know about parking is that on the previous site here, we've got enough parking on this side to accommodate the future expansion. You need 7 parking spaces for each classroom. We have about 115. I think we need about 119 with the future expansion. However, so it'd be very tight. But on this one here, we have plenty of room to expand the parking and to get to the required number of parking spaces per the city. Here's the estimated cost impact. We will have more paving at the junior college site, so we're estimating about $37,000 to $40,000 in additional cost. However, if we don't go to the North Heights site, we would get rid of demolition, we would get rid of having to relocate the portables and the abatement, which the delta estimated impact of cost savings is about $371,000.
Can you go back to the site? Now, the previous one.
Okay. This one? Okay.
This one. That paving cost could be reduced if we don't do the lanes all the way to this other street. That's not a requirement at this time by the city. But the calculation is with those lanes, both of those lanes, all the way to the street that's
Correct.
Lenora.
It's all the paving that's shown on this plan.
So
just for, make sure we understand that street, Ms. Lozano just asked, it's Lenora Avenue, right?
Yes,
And
sir.
it butts into Cantu,
Yes, sir.
and it comes out
It'll come out on, Wildcat.
Wildcat.
It loops around to Wildcat.
Yeah, and right here, we've got this is all new residential homes right up in this area here, so there's a lot of building going on right here.
So right now, the calculation for, you advance it.
This one?
No, keep going. For this number right here includes the paving all the way to Lenore. So that number, if we decided not to do the paving all the way, would be a better number than we're showing there.
I'm sorry, Mr. Overfeld, you have a question.
You said the city's not requiring it right now
At this
to
point, it's
go
not.
out.
Their main concern is that we have the appropriate fire lane. Of course, this is all still to go into review. We haven't done that because we haven't selected the site. As long as they can loop, all the way. No,
Go back. Oops. Am I going the right way? There you go.
As long as they can loop through here. And obviously, that would have to be connected. As long as they can loop all the way around, then they're okay. As long as they can do the whole loop around the building.
I know, we talked about that a little bit earlier, and they've asked for us to loop around the building, but by code, you really don't have to do that. Because there's a thing called the 150-foot hose lane, and as long as they can park the truck here, get to this point right here and go 150 feet to get to this corner, or park the truck right here and get to 150 feet to cover the whole building, you don't really have to connect the drives.
Okay. The original inquiry, the reason I'm leery about going all the way out to that back street there is at that point, you now offer access right through your campus and the Sol Ross side of the campus right back onto Wildcat. So you would be having cross-flow traffic trying to get around this intersection here to get to there. So if that became the site, I would be very leery about going all the way back out because you will incur traffic problems.
All right, here's our overall floor plan. We call this, in our previous board meetings, we approved floor plan 3. And so we're calling this plan 3R. This is a plan that we sat down with the user groups and went through each individual space to make sure we had everything in the spaces that they wanted. And so this is what came about. There were some minor changes in the admin area with moving some offices and some storage around up in this area right here. Really not too much in there. We were able to finally get 16 welding stations in here. These little dashed lines that you see around these pieces of equipment are the clearance floor space required for those particular pieces of equipment that we talked with Mr. Townsend about. And then all the pieces of equipment, we went through each and every piece of equipment with each teacher for carpentry, electrical, for the DE or CNC shop, automotive, and welding. And we have some blow-ups. This is your admin collaboration suite. So right here is your main entrance, right here. And so we have a security vestibule here that funnels everybody into the reception area where you got to sign in. And then they have to you can either buzz them through or you can just let them get through into the campus from that point there. We have the nurse here, so you can access the nurse. The students can access the nurse from the commons area, and then parents can come in and check in here and pick up their students here should they need to come by and pick them up. We have our CTE director with access to the conference room, direct access to the conference room. Our assistant CTE director, a counselor, a workroom back up in here, a storage room, a record storage room, and then the secretary for the counselor and the assistant director. The secretary for the CTE director would be sitting up here. We have 2 spots. 1 spot is for a student. And then some restrooms. We have a restroom for the nurses station or the clinic, and we have one for the admin area, and then one back here for faculty. And then this is our collaboration area. In our collaboration area, they talked about putting a kiosk out here, which I think is an excellent opportunity to kind of create a, I don't know, a modern feel for the campus, maybe a Starbucks feel, because we were going to just serve soups and sandwiches and drinks in this area. So it'd be a real nice area. You could have tall tables and, you know, give it a very Starbucks feel in there for the high school kids. I think they'd enjoy that. Here's our classroom and Project Lead the Way area. These are our 4 core classrooms that we have in the program, all 750 square feet. Your Project Lead the Way, your DE classroom, the robotics area, the dashed line there is the clear floor space area that they asked for. So it's 20 by 50? 24 by 50. And then our shop, our CNC shop for Project Lead the Way. Over here, this is our carpentry and electrical area. So we have our carpentry shop up here. All the pieces of equipment, like I said, have been confirmed that this is where they want them, and this is where and they all have the right clearances around them. We have a compressor in here in the carpentry shop because they use it the most. So we'll have carpentry compressor in there, but it will be shared with electrical in case electrical needs some compressed air. They have virtually an open shop for it. Of course, we have glass looking in from the classrooms into each of these areas, so you can monitor both area from the classroom into the carpentry shop or vice versa. We have our dedicated student gang restrooms down here, some storage and mechanical. Mechanical might be able to shrink down a little bit as we move through the plans. We're just in design development right here. As we get farther through the development of the plans and we get the actual systems designed, we'll be able to cut down some spaces like this mechanical area here. Here's our welding and automotive shop. This is our automotive shop. Here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 workable bays, and then a 6th bay here where he will have storage of materials. Again, we confirmed all the pieces of equipment and where they could sit for automotive. And then our welding shop where we included 16 welding shops, welding stations inside, the sandblaster room, the tool storage, and the plasma room, and then the clearances for each of the other pieces of equipment that Mr. Townsend has. Here's our covered work area. We talked about, you see this dashed line right here, that's where the expansion for the alternate would be located. And then here we would also have another 1,000 or so square feet to add to this covered work area under an alternate plan. This is we are calling this 3RA. This is with the alternate expansion. You can see the plan has grown a little bit here, and you've got a lot more freedom and clearance with your shop for these pieces of equipment in here. And then you could, if you wanted to, add a couple of more welding stations down in this area right here. Virtually the same floor plan, just adding another 1,000 square feet.
We would go to, was it 20? 20 welding areas, welding booths.
But would that change the size of the booths themselves?
No, it just gives them more space around, in particular, those large pieces of equipment and additional welding booths. But we feel that the 3R, if we're not able to do it because of funds, the 3R is very adequate.
3Rs. It's a nice plan. Here's the blow-up of the welding with the
I
alternate
think Ms.
expansion.
Lozano has a question.
Yes?
There's only one set of bathrooms?
Yes.
Isn't that kind of far? Maybe not.
Well, I mean, right here, you got about 100 feet, so maybe they're walking 200 feet to the restroom.
Not unless you, no, it's not.
Unless you have an emergency.
Yes, that could be a problem. In the future expansion, there would be another set of gang restrooms down on this end right here.
Thank you.
So here's our,
What if he came waiting for the extension?
You could run outside the back door. I'm just being facetious here. The welding shop expansion is down here. Like we said, basically we just kind of we expanded this down 1,000 square feet and added those 1, 2, 3. It looks like 3 welding. Oh, 4 probably here. Welding stations for you guys. Here is our option comparisons, 3R, 3RA, the existing. This is the existing floor plan that we've been talking about from day one. That uses your existing square footages plus a little bit of walls and circulation, which would be needing getting you up to about 39,000 square feet. Currently, this is the, in our previous meeting, you guys approved 45,672 square feet in option 3. We didn't increase on that at all. We left it all the same. So all the changes that we made with the user group meetings stayed within the original square footage that you guys had approved. And then option 3RA just adds that 1,000 square feet in there. It goes from 45 to 46,672. Cost-wise, our budget was approved in our last meeting, total at $10.8 million. Down here, you can see where if we went to the Southwest Texas Junior College site, if we went with option 3R, we would be under budget about $376,000. We're estimating. You know, there's no way to know. I can tell you right now that construction costs are extremely volatile. I mean, as evidenced by the concession stand that you just approved at $200, $250 a square foot or so, which is not unusual. That's not unusual. That's how the market is today. 3RA adds 1,000 square feet. You still stay under budget at about $139,000 under budget on this budget estimated. That's our estimation. Any questions on the budget?
No, I appreciate all the work, but I just want to remind the board, tonight we're not voting on the site. Tonight we're just voting on the design development. Mr. Salinas is still negotiating an MOU. At that point, we'll make that decision. Tonight's just a design development, not the site.
That's correct. Okay. We went through and developed several rendering options for the Career and Technology Building. This is our first option. We have the entrance. This is your main entrance here. This is your admin suite and your core classrooms. This is a clear story that opens up into the hallway that is between the Project Lead the Way and the core classrooms. And then this is your carpentry lab right here with some windows up high. This is a high volume space because they want some storage up above the classroom area. And this canopy.
There's 2 views for each
Yeah,
one of these options that he's going to share. This canopy, this is the front canopy. Basically, the parent drop-off canopy goes all the way down to the end of the building here in this option. And another option, you'll see this. This option has really kind of two tones of brick. You have a red brick and a brown brick, but there's kind of 2 colors of brick. You can see we put some striping in the building to add some interest into the elevation here. And then this is just another view from the street. This is your visitor parking and your parent drop-off up in here, and you can see this canopy extends all the way down to the end of the building.
Mr. Lozano has a question.
How deep is that canopy? I mean, will it
About
provide?
10 feet.
10 feet?
Yes.
So it's good coverage for rain?
Yes. Here we came up with another option. This is actually a split face block with brick combination. The tower is the brick, and this is brick, and the banding is brick, but we have some split face, kind of a buff color that if you go out to the old North Heights site, that bank building that's sitting back there, it's kind of that color, that old little buff kind of color brick. This is virtually the exact same floor plan. The only difference here is that we cut down the canopy, the front canopy. We did it as a cost-saving measure. And this is another view that shows this. Here is just an all-solid buff color option with the shorter canopy. That's the only difference we have here. And here's a more modern looking building. We kind of changed up the columns a little bit in the canopy and kind of put in a metal clad tower in here.
This metal is currently shown as like an aluminum color. It can be red, it can be blue, it can be green, it can be any number of colors. Back over in here, what we were thinking with these panels right here, since we didn't have the canopy going down there to try to break up this mass that we have here, we were thinking that with that giant plasma cutter that Mr. Townsend has, that he could create some wall plates with each of the CTE programs cut into the plates and bolted onto the buildings here, so they could have, some input into what the building looks like, or some of the construction. Here's just another view. We don't have the CTE thing, but there's 5 programs in there. Here's another option. This one changes up the metal cladding a little bit and brings this front entrance out a little more. You can see this one's kind of set back a little bit. This one actually protects the entrance a little more, and this canopy kind of comes across and ties into this, and you come back in to this building. We added some patterns in the brick here, and this is a red brick color. Another view of this. This is actually your carpentry classroom over here, where this window would open up into the carpentry classroom, and then this is kind of the shop. The other half of this right here is really your carpentry classroom, and it's storage, and then the rest of it is shop. So that classroom is going to be an awesome classroom under this scenario. Here's that other option just in the buff color that matches out at North Heights site bank building. Another view of it. And then this one too, it kind of blends in with the neighborhood out there. It gives you kind of a modern feel with the entrance and the recess entry, the admin area, but then it doesn't, it doesn't overpower.
I think Mr. Mesa has a question.
Yes, sir.
No, I don't think we had, we just had up to E, I believe.
Yes, that is correct, on the original submission, and so we've added that on the PowerPoint, not submitted.
Should be in the other packet that you have, the one that we just printed.
Yes, it should be on the PowerPoint packet.
We added this one because we wanted to try to get this to look more like the buildings that are out there at the North Heights site, so it didn't, conflict too much with what was out there at the existing site. We think this buff color fits in really nice out there. And there's another view of the building. Our project schedule today, we're hoping to get approval on the design development phase and then move into construction document phase, but we are still pending the site and a site survey, so we need to know which site we're going to go with, so that's a critical piece of staying on the rest of this schedule. We also need to get an elevation approved. Which one do you guys want us to design around? And then once we get a site selected, then we can go out and actually do the geotech and start designing the foundation. Right now, we're designing from the foundation up because we can put in the columns and figure out the joist on the span on the joist, but we cannot do the design on the foundation until we know what the dirt is like out there. The bidding phase is anticipated, if everything goes well, around April and May for about a month, and then we will have a CSP delivery method, competitive sealed proposal delivery, and we'll come to you on May 18th with a recommendation on who the best value contractor is, and you guys get to approve, say yay or nay on that one, and then construction is expected to start in the beginning of June of 2015 and finish in June of 2016. Any questions?
Was there any end user input on the front elevations?
There was a...
We're going to be moving toward that, Mr. Garabedian. We're going to put together a committee to help us select from the different elevation options. That has not been decided.
You said you spent more time with each of the program folks.
The end users, each user group.
Okay. And so, did Mr. Todd Townsend get everything he wanted?
He agreed to the floor plan. I can tell you in my experience, no, he did not get everything that he wanted. We got everything that he has in the plan. He did get all 16 welding stations that he wanted, and he has all of his equipment in there with all the clearances that he needs. But, you know, I can't say he got everything that he wanted. No, I can't say that.
What were the key things he didn't get?
Well, the main thing was the additional 1,000 square feet that were put in as an alternate. To give them just a little bit more space around the larger pieces of equipment, and then additional room for additional welding booths
Beyond the
beyond the 14. Yeah, we
14.
currently-
16.
Is it
16, right?
We have 16.
And then the alternate, which will provide the additional 1,000
square feet?
square feet that he's asking. At what point does that come in?
During the bidding process.
Okay.
It'll actually be designed into the construction documents as an alternate.
And there'll be an individual line item for that added 1,000 square feet on the bid sheet, on the bid form.
So if that is approved,
He gets it.
he gets the key things that he was looking for.
Well, the key things he was looking for, we
For the
placed in
additional
the,
space?
well, yes, in terms of the additional space, that is correct.
Okay. And how many more,
4,
stations did he want?
from 16 to 20.
And how many stations does he have now?
16.
16.
Okay, so there's no growth there.
Only if it goes to 20.
Right, but it's not gonna go to 20, correct?
If the pricing comes in favorable, there will be.
Yeah, the welding booths are bigger than what he has now too. I think he has 6 by 6 now, and we're at 8 by 8. We're at 8 by 8.
And that was important?
Yes, he did make that request in order to accommodate the teaching better.
And they're inside versus outside.
That wasn't really a concern of his, was it?
Well, initially it was. That's what brought it to our attention about having them inside with not having to deal with the cold and the wind that impacts the welding process.
Yeah, he told us that there's the TIG welding requires no wind.
What about the same questions for engineering robotics?
Yes.
They got all that they
They got,
were needing?
yes.
The space for the
They
robots?
actually got
height.
additional space, yes.
So they didn't have any of their requests that
None
were
that-
not addressed?
The only
They were.
program that didn't meet all of the criteria was welding. That was the only program. Everybody else got everything they wanted.
So the 16 welding booths that are a definite, those are the size that he requested.
Yes.
And if it goes to 20, as it possibly could, they're of the same size.
That is correct.
Ms. Lozano?
And going back to some of the classrooms, the classroom sizes are sufficient for our class sizes now? I mean, are we incorporating and planning for growth for those classes, or we don't anticipate that we will need that?
Based on the students that we can serve in the labs as they're designed, the classrooms are appropriate.
Your core classrooms are at 750 square feet. TEA says minimum 700 square feet for 25 high school students. You have 750. So in theory, you could add another student in there. Those are your core classrooms. These classrooms here that you have for Project Lead the Way and DE, those classrooms are quite large. You could get several more students into these two classrooms right here. They're over 1,500 square feet. So they're over twice the size of a normal classroom.
Thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Chavita has a question.
The question is to Mr. Gonzalez back here. You know, sometimes the teachers might not put out what they really want, but they might talk to you and tell you are you pretty satisfied with what's going on?
Mr. Chavira and members of the board, we did meet with a lot of the instructors multiple times, and we did review all that they needed, and I am pretty much satisfied with what they had to, their input. And of course, they took it into account as they developed or designed the different classrooms and different labs. So yes.
That's what I wanted to hear because, you know, like I said, sometimes they might not express their views at the time.
No, believe
I'm
me,
glad
they
things
did.
were so that,
Yeah, they didn't have that problem.
They're not
These
shy.
guys did not have that.
well, you know, I know the instructors, I worked with them,
They didn't have
but,
problem asking.
but at times, you know, sometimes they're,
Well, I think they had a leader saying, hey, we need to ask for the moon.
and I just wanted to make sure that everything was okay.
Other questions? No? Doesn't look like there's any more questions.
You ready for the recommendation, Mr. Garrett?
Think so, no
Okay.
questions.
It's a recommendation of the administration that the San Felipe Del Rio CISD Board of Trustees approve the Kate Center Project Design Development Phase as presented and authorizes the administration to move forward with the construction documents and bidding phases.
For the recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Mr. Chavita's motion, Mr. Mesa has second. All in favor by a show of hands? 1, 2, 3, 4. Unanimous, 6 in favor, motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to agenda item 12B, consideration to approve the design development phase for, oh, I'm sorry. Brings us to 12C, thank you. Consideration to approve the design development phase for the Student Activity Center and Administrative Offices project. Again, Mr. Salinas and Mr. Alvidrez this time, our other architect. Welcome, Mr. Alvidrez.
Mr. Garabedian, board members, Dr. Rios, again, under separate cover, we have provided a lot of information for your review, and tonight we provided you the PowerPoint presentation. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to our architect, Mr. Alvidrez.
Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Rios, again, thank you for this opportunity to present our design development package. What we'll present tonight, after our approval in early September of the schematic design phase, we met again with the various user departments for this facility just to assure ourselves and the district that we were meeting the needs of the various departments. So it's been a very collaborative process, and I understand that you all have received a fairly detailed package of our presentation, and I would like to go ahead and walk you through. We'll go ahead and focus on a few of the components in the building that I think there have been some comments on that hopefully we can describe, again, as I say, some of the different facets of the building, just so everybody will have a much better idea of what's going into your new student activity and administrative center. With me this evening are a couple of my associates I'd like to introduce very quickly, Jose Lopez and Javier Griego, that have been very instrumental in the development of this project since its inception. So starting with our site plan, okay, what we have the building is located here. The current facility that is running parallel to Martin Street will be demolished, and we've introduced a visitor parking lot in front of the existing building. This will be primarily for visitors. Staff of the facility will park in the current Garfield Elementary parking lot. And to accommodate the staff that is, I guess we would say, displaced, when the Garfield Elementary was originally designed, there was an alternate to provide additional parking at this location. So as part of our project, we're proposing to build this parking to compensate for the additional parking that is needed for the new administrative facility. And then you can see the counts that we have. This front parking lot will accommodate 35 visitors. The parking lot that currently exists, we're allocating approximately 58 spaces, but again, that's somewhat flexible. And then the new parking lot will accommodate 52 spaces. So we feel that the new facility will be adequately served by the new parking lots as well as the existing. And plus, this provides a very functional access to the building itself. And these are just some blow-ups. Again, the visitor parking lot is located here, the existing Garfield Elementary, and then the new parking lot that will be built in front of the existing elementary school. And this parking lot will serve staff for Garfield Elementary, so there will be a controlled parking lot, so there will be no conflict with parents and/or visitors. And then going into the floor plan, when we did meet with the various departments, I think it was mid-September or so, the plan has been refined over the last month and a half. And I think we've, again, in speaking with the various departments, have developed the plan in such a manner that we feel it's a very functional layout, but at the same time, it's a very dynamic layout that we feel will serve the district as well as the community. And this is the ground floor plan, and what I'm going to do is go ahead and zoom into certain areas. But just, again, what we're trying to do with your facility is to create really a sense of journey. It's such an important building in the history of the school district as well as the community, and we want to make sure that the building truly does tell a story. And given that we do have the theater, that's such a critical part of the project, we have, at the front of the building, we're proposing to develop an exterior area for the community, students, users of the facility to gather. And then once we enter the building, we have opened up the entrance of the building to create somewhat of an ante-room to the theater itself, and then also to serve the public that are doing business with the district. And this is the entry lobby. I mean, we are introducing a vestibule for further control. And then off the reception area, of course, we access the theater, but then we have introduced a training conference area that will be located adjacent to the entrance to accommodate training for staff, opening of bids, things of that nature. There's also been discussion, can we utilize this facility possibly for students in the evenings as a lab facility? And what we've tried to do with our public spaces is provide that flexibility of use. And then we have shared this image with you previously. This is the lobby entrance. This is the wall of the theater. To the right here is the training room. And as illustrated here, what we're proposing is that we introduce some LCD monitors to again express or represent the different bids that the district is currently undergoing. For example, now you utilize the whiteboard out in your lobby. And so what we're trying to do is bring some of the kind of just the digital capability into the facility itself. And then we would have a point of control within the lobby. And as we've mentioned before, this wall is intended to be an accent wall of some type, either for historic exhibits, photos, but again, an area to be developed in collaboration with the community and with the district. And then just going very quickly into parts of the plan. This side, the left wing of the facility to the left of the lobby is actually our budgeting, payroll, purchasing area that's located here. And then we have benefits that is on the other side of the stairs, which is located here. I don't think you all can see the arrow. Can you see the arrow okay? Okay. And then across the hallway, we do have a copy lounge area, and some of the spaces have been modified to accommodate other uses and or increase some of the spaces within the departments. So across the way, we have our elevator, then we have electrical, IT, utility room, and then a new bank of restrooms is located to the upper left there to serve the entire first floor. Then we have another bank of restrooms on the second floor as well. And then the theater, this is the ground floor. We do have, there are 3 additions to the building. 2 are these infill additions that we have on both the east and the west end of the building. And then we have this addition at the upper part of the theater, which is the back of stage located here, where we would have the boys and girls dressing rooms, as well as some storage area for the board, and also storage for the stage itself, with access being serve or located at this point directly adjacent to the parking lot for ease of servicing of the back of stage for the theater itself. And then, of course, we've illustrated some of these renderings just to give, again, a good idea of what we'll be doing with this space. Oh, did I? Okay. Okay. Oh, this side, I guess I did, okay. And then on this side, we have human resources. And within the human resource of this, in this particular area, we have a reception area. Then we've brought our testing area into the human resource area. And then we have 3 of the offices that are currently part of human resources, with the chief officer being located across the hallway with her administrative individual copy area, and then our vault archive is at this end. Now, as part of our conversations, we've actually introduced the office area for the fine arts director and his secretary, as well as an area for public information and the webmaster. These are spaces that we did not previously have. And then when we get to the theater, again, I think the main idea with the theater is to create a very multi-purpose type of space that can be utilized for, again, performances, competitions, staff training. We know the board will be utilizing the theater for board meetings, but it's a multi-purpose type space that can accommodate various functions. Get locked up on me again. Am I going too fast? Okay. Okay. And now, as we go to the second level, we're now on the second level, and this is the east wing. We have, previously had the technology department located in this area, and we now have introduced the curriculum area in this particular space. And then adjacent to this space, we have the chief operations officer, the construction manager, and then their secretary. Across the hall, we have our support type spaces. Again, we have restrooms, our electrical IT, and those ancillary type spaces. And then the center part of the second floor, we have our conference room that can be subdivided into 2 smaller conference rooms. Currently, we have a copy area, and then we have a lounge, and then we have our accounting department at the north end of the building with the chief accountant and controller in enclosed offices, and then their support staff would be in an open office area. Now, with the curriculum department being added to the facility, what we're looking at now is additional office space to accommodate the director for that department. And so what we're currently studying is the ability to provide that additional space.
Can you put the cursor, or whatever, Ms. Lozano's having trouble following you?
Okay, right here where we currently have the lounge, which would be the primary lounge for the entire building. What we're looking at now, or is under consideration, is to introduce office space here, and then the lounge and the copy area would be consolidated to accommodate that additional office space. And that conversation is currently being held.
So we're trying to maximize as much office space as requested.
What are in those offices to the left, kind of in the corner there, Mike?
Over
Going to the left, or the ones that?
these here are the curriculum department. So we have 4 individuals with a secretary, and so we developed 3 different options for this space.
Prior, that was the chief technology area. When we presented it during
That's what you're trying
schematic.
to fit into the lounge area now?
No, just possibly the director of
Or
this.
another administrative
Oh.
office.
Administrative, right.
It's not necessarily that one.
Okay, thank you.
And then across from this central area, we have the balcony of the theater. And we're proposing some modifications to the space to accommodate ease of access for accessibility. And what we're proposing to do is enter the balcony from this side to allow, again, people with disabilities to at least sit within the balcony. Currently, you cannot access the balcony without going up 3 steps. So there are some modifications to the balcony itself. And then the administrative area, we've modified this end of the floor plan to realign the chief officer for secondary and then the chief officer for elementary education within this space. And then the other space within the administrative area has essentially remained the same. This, again, is an image of entering the administrative space. The stairwells, we've proposed to modify the handrails just to open up the circulation path and the circulation journey within the entire building. These are some cross-sections through the entire building. Again, it's a 2-story building, illustrating this section/elevation is looking south, and then this elevation is looking north. So this is actually right off the lobby. This would be the theater wall. And then, again, with our ancillary spaces over here, this is where the Fine Arts Director would be, Human Resources, as well as our Communications Department. And as we've developed a plan, this is just a concept board of what our finishes might be for this project. Again, we're looking to introduce very long-lasting materials, very as maintenance-free as possible. And this is just a color palette that we've been, that's under consideration. We do understand that we'll be working very closely with the committee that maybe has been established or will be established soon to do the final selections for your new facility. And then as we get into the theater, we are very similar to your theater at the high school. We've been speaking with that manufacturer. It's a Wenger seating. I mean, it's a great theater chair. And given the types of spaces that or functions that will occur in the theater, we're looking for chairs also that can accommodate tablet arms. And we're trying to determine at this point just how many tablet arms we will have, or whether all the seats will have tablet arms. We do need to be a little cautious because the seats with tablet arms do increase the row-to-row spacing. And what we're trying to do is maximize our seating count. Just roughly, I mean, this is a plan that the manufacturer generated for us. We work in very close collaboration with them. This is probably the 10th layout they've done. And as you can see here where we were proposing the cabinet to be housed, we're now looking at reintroducing these 2 rows of chairs. And then back at the rear of the ground floor where we have our control booth, we're considering possibly relocating this privacy wall to, again, screen the entrance to the theater so we can get another row of chairs here and another row of chairs here. So the overall count with the ground floor as well as the balcony, as it stands right now, is right around 637, 640 chairs. And what we're trying to do is on the balcony is increase the seating on the balcony to get back to that 650, 660 range.
These chairs would be larger than the chairs that we have at the little theater in terms of size. And we're going to be looking at that size in order to try to maximize the spacing.
And I think another thing to consider with our current codes for egress, we have to maintain a minimum dimension from row to row, unlike the current seats that are very small and the row to row spacing is very tight. So that's, again, one of the requirements of theater design. So this is the second floor. One can see how we would be accessing from the side here to maintain accessibility standards. And then the seating arrangement as we have it. Currently, one goes up 3 steps at the various entry points. And what we're proposing to do is enter at these 2 points to where we will, again, minimize the amount of steps to reduce tripping hazards and things of that nature. And as far as the seats themselves go, we have a variety of fabrics that can be utilized. So when we work with your committee, we'll be able to, again, define what fabrics are being proposed. The chairs that we are planning to specify are wood backs and wood seats. The wood seats have a perforated bottom, so when the seats are up, they actually assist in the acoustical properties of the space. Now, as we get to the windows, I know there's been a lot of discussion about the types of windows we plan to propose to introduce within your facility. And our goal, as I think it was mentioned very early on, and I think there were comments from the board as well, our goal is to maintain the look of this building. So the windows that we're proposing to use will replicate the mutton pattern on the windows, the size of the windows, etc. We're not looking to introduce a contemporary flavor to these windows, unless you really want to. We might consider that, but our goal is to, again, to match these windows. We have a little cut of a window here just to give you a better idea of what we're planning to use. But currently, there are a lot of window manufacturers, and of course, in a bid situation, we're not sure what manufacturer we'll end up with, but we'll establish the quality specification. We're currently working very closely with Anderson, but we've been working with Marvin, with Pal, etc. And we should end up with a very energy efficient window, wood on the interior. It's aluminum clad on the exterior that will provide, again, a long-term life to these windows. And then they're extremely energy efficient. So this is just an example of the E-Series window that we're looking at. Do not really get too caught up with this mutton pattern, because the mutton pattern will match what we currently have. So this is just kind of more of a representation of what the window could look like. It's a very substantial window, and just some additional detailing of the window. Now, again, there's been a lot of questions about how will we control light within your facility, especially within the theater. And what we're proposing is a system very similar to a MECO shade. It's a window shade that we've used actually in a lot of our projects, and we could utilize in some areas a manual shade, and then in other areas such as a theater, we would want to use an automatic shade. Now, in the theater, we would be proposing to use a double shade. One is a true blackout, that if, for example, if there's an afternoon performance, these shades will come down and there will be no exterior light entering the facility. Now, if there was a training session going on, the other shade could be pulled down just to minimize glare, heat gain. So we want to introduce that flexibility within the theater. And then depending on the exposure of the building, we may propose that we have automatic shades on certain orientations of the building and maybe not others. Now, as far as our cost summary, I think as we had introduced back in early September, one of the infill additions we had introduced as an alternate, but it's requisite to have within your facility. So we've now integrated that within our base bid. Our budget for this project is $7 million, and currently we are at that $7 million range. We feel comfortable with the detailed cost estimates that we've provided, and now that we've gotten more information from not only the theater manufacturer, the seating, but also our window manufacturers that we've been dealing with, we feel very comfortable with our costs. And I think those were a couple of very big dollar items, and we feel that they've pretty much confirmed some of our estimating that we had done previously. Now, as far as our budget, given that, again, assuming we would be approved this evening, we're proposing to go out to bid essentially on the 1st of March. We're stating here the 27th of February. So the bid phase would be, by the time we open bids, come back to the board, evaluate bids, and award, we're looking at the beginning of construction right around this timeline. And then with this facility, and we feel it's doable, it's fairly aggressive, but we're looking at an 8-month construction schedule that will put us at substantial completion at the end of 2015 with occupancy January of 2016. And with that said, I'd like to open up the floor to any questions that you all may have.
Questions? Questions? Ms. Lozano has a question?
think it's it's several issues. It's the tablet arms, but it's the clear row space, the minimum space we need from the front edge of the seat to the back of the seat in front of us, because that's a code requirement. So I don't know if we're really losing any seats specifically because of the tablet arms. I mean, we've probably picked up a couple of inches, but when you look at the overall scheme of things, we probably haven't lost anything. I think it's more the size of the seats, because now in lieu of a 19-inch seat, we have a variety of sizes like 20, 21, 22-inch seats that also improve the line of sight, but also are much more comfortable.
Mr. Mesa has a question.
Could you show us that diagram again? Because my question is related to people with disabilities and, say wheelchair bound, what area they would utilize.
Okay, as for on the ground floor, well, actually, maybe let me go back to our architectural plan. What we typically do is we provide seating for people with disability. In this case, because of our floor is sloped, we would be providing seating at the, oh gosh, where's my floor plan here? At the front of the theater as well as the rear of the theater, because our floor is sloped. Now, what we have discussed is if we want to introduce any seating within, for example, at the middle of the theater, we would have to introduce some type of a tire guard, of a wheel guard. Okay, I mean, we know we can lock a wheelchair in place, but we want to just make sure anybody is just very safe. So in this arrangement, what we have, actually, I'm pushing the button, it's just going slow here. Okay, what we're proposing is to have seating anywhere along this front row, and then we would have seating at the rear row as well, because those are the flat areas within the theater. On the second floor, we would have seating only on the, I guess again, that would be the east end of the balcony, because we have an 18-inch change in elevation. So we're modifying the east end of the balcony so we can have some handicap seating on the balcony. Currently, there is absolutely no handicap seating on the balcony, but we're trying to be very proactive to provide that opportunity.
Ms. Lozano has a question.
In an emergency, why would we want a handicap seating on the second floor? I mean, elevators would be shut down in the case of a fire. How would you help those folks out?
Well, I think that's a great question. I think it's a matter of providing an opportunity for a person with disability to sit wherever they want. And then again, as you say, in the case of an emergency, if the elevator does shut down, this building will be fully sprinkled. And so we'll be meeting code as far as egress requirements, both for able-bodied as well as people with disabilities. But I think it's more so a matter of just giving people choice as to where they sit.
It doesn't make sense to endanger someone's life. I mean, how would they get out quickly?
They would probably need assistance, or else we would have an area of what we call an area of rescue, which would be a protected area that somebody could exit to in case of an emergency.
Other questions? Are we good? Okay, I think
Thank you
there's
very
no
much.
question. Thank you, Mr. Alvarez. Mr. Salinas, I think you can go ahead with a recommendation. It doesn't seem to be
Yes,
any
sir.
questions or discussion.
The recommendation of the administration
Oh,
that the
I'm
San
sorry,
Felipe-
I did have a question. I'm sorry. Total square footage of the building?
We're at 29,000 square feet and some change.
More or less 29,000 square feet. How much square footage of the building devoted to office space?
We're at around 16,000.
About 60%.
Yeah, because with the theater, in the back of stage that we're adding, all the support type spaces, and the corridors, yeah, we're right around
asked you last week, I guess, you and Ms. Parker. Yeah, okay. Okay, that's it. Recommendation, please.
It is the recommendation of the administration that the San Felipe Del Rio CISD Board of Trustees approve the Student Activity Center and Administrative Offices Project Design Development Phase as presented, and authorizes the administration to move forward with the construction documents and bidding phases.
For the recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Mr. Overfelt has motioned. Is there a second? Mr. Chavita has second. All in favor by a show of hands? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All opposed? One opposed.
Thank you.
Thank you. And for the record, I certainly respect and accept my fellow board members' decision. I just have a hard time with that much office space and money for office space for top administration. I would have liked to have seen the whole thing for Student Center and Parental Center. But Mr. Alvita, I think you're doing an excellent job on the plan. Agenda item 13, business and finance. A, consideration to approve Val Verde Appraisal District amendments to the 2015 budget. Mrs. Sheedy is not here. She had to go out of town. She would be available by phone. She let us know. Ms. Valdez will step in her place. I think this was communicated in the board update, right, earlier, and then of course, it's here on an agenda item. There really is no change other than just moving money from a function. So, questions on this item? No? Mr. Chavita has a question.
There might not be any money, but they reduce the staff. And I remember a couple of years ago, we went ahead and paid for, they went ahead and got some money to pay for the building, the balance on the building. And we're still, to me, it seemed like they are increasing their budget, sort of, in the sense that they're reducing staff. I'm hoping that they continue to provide the service that they're supposed to be doing, even though they, how much, I shouldn't be asking because I don't think we have how much did we pay 2 years ago on the note that we had, and that was reason, and for some reason or another, we were not supposed to have had any increase and that type of thing, but how much was it?
Was it on the note to pay off the building?
A couple of years ago, we went ahead and they had some additional money.
They had favorability at the end of their budget year.
Instead of returning it back to the entities, they went ahead and got the money.
They kept it. That was the option.
Sir, it was over 100,000, but I cannot recall whether that was our portion or whether that was the total.
Yeah. I don't know.
I believe our portion was around $96,000.
It was just shy of 100,000.
Yeah. But again, that was money left over from the budget year.
Yes.
And so that is excess money, and it went to pay off the note. But again, this amendment really comes from the deputy chief appraiser left, took on a job somewhere else. And so there's personnel that moved up, and along the ways that those amendments have to be made, it's really an amendment. No money increase.
Well, the memo does, it's very clear, and she was clear in previous communications. They're not asking for additional funds, simply moving. So the total adopted budget is the same for the appraisal district.
Will they even be losing staff? All those positions will be filled, right? Mr. Chavita had stated there was a concern about
I think one was,
less staff.
one was moving up, right?
Yeah, they all move up, but still they're all going to be filled.
I don't see any,
It sort of bothers me a little bit because, see, that money, in other words, the budget's still the same even though they don't have the payment for the building. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So that means that the budget have increased somewhere.
We had already approved the budget, right? this is just an amendment to that budget.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand what I'm saying? At one time, we were making a payment on that building. Now, the building is no longer there. But the budget continues to be the same. So evidently, the budget has increased, pay-wise or somewhere.
I think what, if I understand you, Mr. Chavita, the absence of that we'll say $96,000, didn't lower the budget moving forward, right? It stayed the same, so obviously some other items had to grow into that amount of money.
What it is, I don't know.
Right,
would
but we
have
had
to-
already approved this year's budget.
Yes.
So this is just an amendment.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's the same, but I'm just bringing it up, the fact that, we're still spending some money and providing less service. I hope not.
Dr. Rios wants to.
Mr. Chavita, if it'll, if we can, I'll have, Ms. Valdez work with Ms. Sheedy and just do a comparison and give you a give the board a one-page memo in the next 30 days as to where the budget grew. Was it in personnel, just due to the annual cost of the raises, or where it was?
Oh, well, you mean, are you suggesting that we not take action?
No.
Because I'm
not
gonna say
at
it's
all.
time sensitive.
Right, no, I'm just saying, just to provide
That'll be
additional
fine, just
information.
for my own information, because, for about 2 years, first of all, there was money left and we paid, the bill, and then the next year it was something else, and the same way, another 50,000, so it was 2 years in a row that money was, that was left.
We'll do that. Connie?
Yes, sir.
We could call Ms. Sheedy. She did say we could call.
No, that's all right, I'm just wondering what, I'm hoping that we provide the same services.
Other questions? Okay, the recommendation.
Yes, sir. It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the Val Verde Appraisal District amendment to the 2015 budget.
For the recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Mr. Mesa has motion, Mr. Overfelt is second. All in favor by a show of hands? Unanimous, motion carries. Agenda item 13B, consideration to approve the 2014-2015 summer school stipend schedule and paraprofessional salary schedule. Ms. Valdez is presenting this as well.
Thank you.
This is on page 111 of your packet.
Yes, it's in page 111. There's two items under this agenda item, which is the summer school stipend schedule, which was not included at the August 22nd, 2014 meeting, where we approved the 2014-2015 budget. This stipend schedule wasn't included. And also, at for the 2014-2015 budget, we had presented a proposal to increase the number of working days for the maintenance secretaries in order to match the number of days that the supervisors work. The supervisors are at a 241-day schedule, and the secretaries were at 226. We presented that and had no request for changes, so we moved forward as to that being the budget that was presented to be approved for 14-15. However, the schedule that we provided was not correct. So the schedule that is included in here would have the 2 lanes that we need to add in order for the paraprofessional staff, which are the secretaries, to increase to 241 days. Right now, there's only 1 secretary in that position, and the other one is a vacancy.
Questions? Mr. Mesa?
I believe we're looking at, B, right, consideration?
Yes, 13B.
The only change that I saw in red was the LVN went up.
Yes, for the summer school stipend, the only change that we had was the LVN in order to align it to the substitute rate that had been also changed.
Okay, that's the only one.
Yes, sir, for
Okay.
the summer school rates, that is the only one.
All right, thank you.
And then I believe it's on page 117 would be the 2 new lanes that we would add to the paraprofessional salary schedule.
Other questions? Okay, the recommendation.
Thank you. It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the 2014-2015 summer school stipend schedule and the revision to the paraprofessional salary schedule.
For the recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Mr. Overfelt has motion, Mr. Chavita has second. All in favor by a show of hands? It's unanimous. Mr. Chavita, you voted affirmative? Unanimous, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 13C, consideration to approve data use agreement and an intergovernmental cooperative agreement with Texas Health and Human Services Commission for participation in the MAC program. Ms. Valdez?
Thank you. The MAC program is a Medicaid administrative claiming program that our district uses in order to receive reimbursement for qualifiable services. The average reimbursement we receive for MAC averages between $15,000 to $18,000 a year. And the ending fund balance, unaudited fund balance on August 31st, 2014 was $41,458.25. This funding source is used to support any nursing supplies that we have. For instance, back in the October board meeting, we approved those new I believe it's AED devices, which were about $22,000, and they were paid for from this fund. And this fund we solely use to purchase any different types of nursing supplies that aren't included in the general fund budget. The process that we use for MAC reimbursements is very similar to our charge process. And in our charge process, our average reimbursements have increased up to $800,000 a year. And the process that we use, we have 3 different departments involved. Special ed processes the claims for any allowable service. Employee benefits coordinates the training of the staff for compliance to request reimbursements. And then the comptroller files the financials where we include all of the staff that is an allowable individual who can provide that service in order for us to be able to generate additional funding sources like we do with MAC and SHARS. And this MOU, I believe, needs to be signed by November 21st in order for us to continue to use the MAC program with the Texas Health and Human Services Commission.
Questions? No question? I think this one was pretty straightforward. Recommendation.
Yes, sir. It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approves for the superintendent to sign the data usage agreement and the intergovernmental cooperation agreement with Texas Health and Human Services Commission for participation in the MAC program.
For the recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Mr. Mesa has motioned. Is there a second? Mr. Overfelt is second. All in favor by a show of hands? Unanimous, motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That brings us to agenda item 13D, consideration to approve for the administration of San Felipe Del Rio CISD to notify the Texas Department of Agriculture of the intent to contract with a food service management company. Dr. Rios is listed for the discussion on this item. I know there have been a number of questions from the public and others.
Allow a minute to.
Sure, we'll wait for those in the, what do we call that, foyer, I guess?
The foyer.
To come into the building. There's seats, certainly have a seat. There's still a couple seats up here up front and some seats in the back. And, yep, I see 2 seats up here in front. And as we know from earlier this evening, there were a number of questions and perceptions. I also know for a fact that there is a lot of misinformation out there because I've had people ask me about certain things and I've had to tell them what the facts are. So I think this is the perfect opportunity to answer some of those questions, to have this discussion about what administration might be doing and what the board might be approving and how the process would unfold. So with that, I'll just open the floor. Who wants to, I know Dr. Rios, you're going to start?
If I can, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Garabedian, members of the board, over the last few months, beginning in late October, we began exploring the possibility of moving to a private management for our food service. That consideration was brought about by for a couple reasons. One, a trend over the last 5 years of losing money, and I'll go over that in a minute. Another one, how to increase the usage and address some of the concerns from the parents as far as the participation and the willingness for students to participate. To that end, we visited different schools that are employing private management. When we went to the TASB conference, we visited 2 schools there, and we invited 2 board members to join us, and a third one joined us. When we came back, because the CFO whose food service is under hadn't experienced it, I had experienced private management before. We went and we visited 2 additional schools from 2 different companies, then came back and took 2 more trips with 2 separate board members to educate everybody on the process, and also for ourselves to gain information as what would be involved. And here's what I want to share with the board members, as well as with our community, because there is some misinformation that is causing frustration. The first step is obviously to inform the Department of Agriculture of our intent to seek private management. But that's all it is, and that's all I'm asking the board for tonight. But the real story lies in the questions that was raised by the community today, and that's really what we spent our time exploring over the last 2 months. And here's what I want to share with them. And I want to tell you that what I share with you today, I'd love it for you to take me at my word and just say, we trust him and he's telling the truth. But the reality is that everything that I tell you today is going to be written in the RFP that you will vote on. So you don't have to take me at my word. When it comes to voting on the RFP, these are the specific legally binding parts that will be part of the RFP, so there is no misconception. So here's the first one. In our study of the process, the district has some options. The first option is obviously the employees. The district has a choice to turn over employment of the cafeteria workers 100% to the private management company. We have an option to maintain the employees under the district or do a combination. And I want to be clear that our position as a school district is that 100% of the cafeteria workers, everybody from the latest hire at the cafeteria to everybody at the administration building that deals with applications and everything, everybody with the exception of the current food service director, 100% of the other employees will remain employed by the school district. Their check will come from the school district. There will be no limit set where we have to reduce employees at all. 100% of the current employees will remain part of the district that we turn over. Obviously, between now and then, we make reductions ourselves. Well, that's aside from it. But we don't intend to do any reductions other than programmatic reductions should we go in a direction like, for example, eliminating breakfast in the classroom. But that's not a discussion today. Okay. So 100% of everyone who is employed by the school district will remain employed by the school district. That will be written into the RFP. So everyone that bids on the process comes with the understanding that there are employees, they will continue to remain our employees. The benefits will be the same. The working hours will be the same. The retirement will be the same. Everything is the same. Again, that's going to be in writing. The second part is, the question that was raised was expense to the students. The cost of the meal remains the same as a reimbursable meal. They are not allowed to raise prices on the meals. A reimbursable meal today will be a reimbursable meal next year. Prices do not go up. Now, there will be other options. Obviously, they'll have a la carte options for students to purchase, and that's separate, okay? But obviously, the prices have to stay competitive. In terms of the cost to the district, I want to dispel any rumor that they come in here and make a profit and make more money as they increase the profit. That's just not the case. We will write into the RFP, which again will be legally binding, the fact that we pay them one amount of money and that's it. You know, now obviously to continue the contract, they're expected to operate in the red within the parameters that we set in terms of the number of employees. So it's not like they're out cutting corners to make a buck to increase their profits. We're going to pay them one set amount of money and that's it. Again, we'll write that into the RFP, so you don't have to take me at my word. That's going to be out there. Now, on the issue of them using our capital, I want to just share some numbers, and these aren't my numbers. These obviously come from our books. Over the past 5 years, we've lost money in food service 3 years. We started with a fund balance of just slightly over $1 million, $13 over $1 million. We experienced a loss, then we experienced a gain, then we experienced 2 consecutive losses. Right now, the fund balance went from $1 million to $823,995, so approximately $100,000. Now, when we subtract the inventory, we have a fund balance of $523. So there has been a loss over the last 5 years with some fluctuations. Okay? The management company knows that in order to operate in the red, they have to increase participation of the students. And that's what we're asking for, to have better presentation, okay, increase choices. Now, I certainly do not intend, and I know that when individuals ask me to look into this process, you know, to disparage the current program that we have. The difference is that a management company operates nationally. They have a million different ways of exploring how to create different menus. For example, wheat doesn't taste as good as flour. I'll be the first to admit it. Wheat's a lot healthier, but it doesn't taste as good as flour. They have just tremendous resources on how to explore different menus to make it tastier, to make it more appealing. But that doesn't mean that our kids pay more for the meal. It just means they have the resources. You know, the only people that they will bring in that will be permanently employed here in the district, they don't have to reside here, but they're going to work here. They're 40 hours a week. I don't know where they would live, but they will bring at a minimum a dietitian, a chef, a director, and an assistant director. Now, granted, that's based on the RFP. They may say that they're going to bring in 3 instead of 4 people. It just depends on the company. I think that what we saw in the districts that we visited, it was impressive. The choices were just through the roof. One of the biggest difference, and probably the most gratifying one, is that when we look at the kids that go through the food away that they don't eat, they dump some food out. At the places we went, because of the choices and because of the students who go, and it's not an exaggeration because there's at least 5 members here that went and saw it, you can see where they go and they empty out empty trays because they had options where to pick. And it's just because of the resources they have. They make food from scratch as much as possible. They limit processed food. It's increased options, increased participation, and students are generally happy. We're not necessarily about making more money, but we are about making more money to reinvest into the program. It's not about turning a profit to build our coffers. It's about building a profit to reinvest into the program. But I really want to be clear about the misinformation that is out there. 100% of the employees remain employed by the district. They maintain their benefits, 100% of their benefits. It's just a different approach to cooking and serving the food. There will not be any additional duties taxed onto current employees. We will not be asked to do more with less. It's simply a different approach to cooking and serving from companies that have a lot of resources to explore this. And the truth is that tonight, I'm just asking the board for permission to engage in the process. The final approval will come once we have responses to the RFP and present it for your approval. And again, the RFP will, everything I mentioned today will be stated in the RFP. So you don't have to take me at my word. It'll be in black and white and it'll be binding. board has any questions, Biana Connie, myself, or anybody else that visited schools may be able to answer.
Questions from the board? I'd like to hear from, I know at the regional workshop and conference, Tassa Tesley, board member or two, visited some places. And I know, Mr. Mesa, I think a couple of weeks ago you went to Uvalde, right, which also private. I'd like to hear, because I didn't go to any of those things, but I'd like to hear what your view was of the food service either in Uvalde, which I believe Superintendent Harrell a couple of years ago was the one that privatized it when John Harrell was interim superintendent. So I think they've done it for about 2 years.
So, Mr. Gary, I forgot one important thing. Because I said 100% of the employees would not lose their job. And by 100%, I mean everybody loses employment. Everybody will maintain employment. Obviously, the director will remain employed, but in a different capacity. And I've made that clear to everybody. We're not looking to terminate anybody's job. It's a different approach. Even the director, who will be replaced by this management company, whoever wins the bid, will be employed with the district. And I made that clear to everybody. That was it, sir. Thank you.
And the reason I asked you, Mr. Mesa, is because Uvalde obviously is 70 miles from us. And I know an individual approached me and said, well, there are no districts that have privatized food service except in Michigan and Ohio, and I said, I don't think so. I remember Mr. Mesa saying that he had visited one, so could you tell us?
Well, first of all, there were many important things brought up today, and, it was very educational. My first question to them was, okay, you've been in operation, more than 4 years, and yes, how many employees from the original contract are you still you still have employed? The answer was 95%. So that's one thing. I said, so the 5% that left, they said it was because of retirement or they moved out. I want to make sure, I would never vote for any option other than to have our employees have a salary paid by the school district and the benefits that they're receiving. That's one thing. I was impressed, yes, with the presentation of the food. The fact that they had applied for a grant, it was $60,000. They had contributed $110,000 to the school district at the end of the year. But that wasn't the major thing. I think what, convinced me was the fact that I went to an elementary, I went to a junior high, I went to a high school. And everywhere that I went, they had choices. And I went to the high school, for example, they had, they call it like Fiesta line, Italian line. They had a garden salad or something, and they had 4 options. Some could go, and there was a burger, which had a hamburger, cheeseburger, and all the toppings that they could have. But what I saw was the fact that they were eating the food, and yes, they were not throwing anything away. Immediately, they made 4 lines, so the choice of food that they were taking was the one that they prefer. They belong to several co-ops, which, in my years of business, with experience with the district, I remember we had, for example, fruit that we had trouble getting certain kinds of fruit. And so my question was, okay, tell me, if you need avocados, for example, for the menu, how is it, how hard or how difficult it is to get avocados? And they said, we belong to several co-ops, so if one doesn't have it, we'll call the other one, and, the reduced rate when you belong to a co-op is certainly a lot less. So there were savings in that amount, but the money that they received through grants, which, I've never seen a grant here, but that money went to purchase equipment. It did not go to the company, it went to purchase equipment. What I saw there was, they had displays, refrigerated displays where they could take their yogurt or take their pudding, and so that was very enticing, not only at the elementary, but at the junior high, at the high school level. And so that money went directly invested into buying additional equipment. I was very surprised, honestly, I did not expect that, but again, what convinced me was the fact that at the end of the lunch session, their food was off the plate, they were eating what it was their choice of food, and they were not throwing it away. I think our participation has increased here. I just have not seen, again, the choice of food and the presentation of the food that they have. That really convinced me, and the fact that the employees were there. I asked about, okay, what happens, because again, you think a company's coming in and they don't have any loyalty to the employees. And so I asked, like, okay, what if, let's say, someone is not performing to the level that they should? And the first response, and it came from Javier Romero, who was a director of management services, I think that director, Javier Romero. He said, we document, but not for termination, document for improvement. And so I thought that's a great response, because you don't want to terminate the employee, you want for them to increase their productivity and their level of working with the rest of the staff, and whatever they need to do with the demand of the job. But that was the response. We document not for termination, but for, again, increasing the capacity of that person. And so I thought that was a great response. But again, I would never vote for something that did not include the employees that we have with us now, receiving the same salaries and benefits that you're receiving at this point. So I just wanted to clarify that.
And that was at Uvalde.
That was Uvalde.
You went a couple weeks ago by yourself. I think you and Ms. Valdez.
Yes.
Was to Uvalde. Mr. Chavita, you went somewhere by yourself?
I went to New Brunswick, and everything was pretty much the same to what Mr. Meza was saying. The only difference that I'd like to add to is that besides, somebody mentioned something about making money and all that type of thing. Well, I didn't hear the percentage, but whatever profits they make, they reinvested into the fixing up a place a little different, all that type of thing. And in New Brunswick, you could tell the difference in the improvement of the area where the cafeteria is compared to the other, the halls and all that type of thing. It was a lot more modern, and they had 4 serving lines. And the other thing is that, those kids went out there real quick. They went in and out. Out of the lines, and they were sitting and eating and all that type of thing. Aside from that, I don't remember anything different than what was mentioned right now. But it was, in the same way, the one that really impressed me was the presentation. Some of you have been to Frank Rocker up here. The tomatoes are just in line, the lettuce is just right there, and it's nice. It just it's different, and maybe that's what attracts the kids.
Other comments about the qualitative aspects, maybe what you saw? I know, Ms. Haynes, when you were at that regional conference, y'all went to one of, or a couple of those places, I think you did, right?
Right, correct. And honestly, it is about the presentation, and it's about the kids having the choice. That's the big picture here, is the kids having the choice. And I do agree, with Dr. Rios and Mr. Mesa, we would never vote on anything that would harm the employees of the district. But right now, it's about the kids and their choice of food and the presentation and how it's set up. It was amazing how the atmosphere in this high school, and they just walked in, and it was about them. The ladies were friendly, they were friendly to us, but it was all about the kids and the way they everything was presented and laid out for them. And like they said, they had their choices. Some went more to other places than the other ones, but it was all about the kids. This environment was so pleasant and so calm, and even the teachers and the staff, everybody was just an easygoing sort of atmosphere. But like I said, we wouldn't do anything to harm the employees at all, but right now it's about the kids and them having their choice.
Other comments about what was?
One thing that I forgot to mention, and this is New Brunswick, if I'm not mistaken, they've been with the program for 31 years.
Really?
So it's not a, they started yesterday. Yeah, they've been there for a long time.
Ms. Lozano?
I did want to add, definitely I agree with what's been stated about what we actually saw. The food, definitely, the presentation, you keep hearing that over and over. The high school that we went to, Amy, Josh, and I went to in right outside of Dallas, actually was presented kind of like a food court, like you would have in a mall, so that the kids had the options, Italian, just hamburgers, or taco, or salads. It was very appealing, and the kids obviously were enjoying the food. For one, they get to pick. I mean, there are kids that they were saying actually eat hamburgers every day, or they'd eat salads every day, but it's their choice. I know I have a son still in school, and I know that he doesn't enjoy the food at the cafeteria. Now, that's just my child. But this would actually give the students more options. And I, too, definitely am not supportive of a program that we would bring in that would eliminate any of our employees. Definitely want to protect their benefits, their TRS retirement. Absolutely, we care about our community, and we want to make sure that those issues are addressed and protected. I know personally I wouldn't vote for anyone who came in and presented something that was going to eliminate our employees or take away their benefits through the district. Now, of course, there are companies who have the option of hiring employees, like Dr. Rios said, but we want an RFP that will allow us to keep our employees as school district employees. I was going to say something else. I was definitely very interested as to what Mr. Mejia stated. It was something about a New York Times article that it was a research written by University of Michigan that basically tied test scores
to food.
That'd be very interesting to see. Now, of course, one can pretty much find any article to support your statement, your cause. So it'd be really interesting to try to find information. I'm really interested in seeing that article.
It may have been in that packet that he left for us.
Oh, okay.
We don't need to find it now, Dr.
Yeah.
Garza, but it may be in there.
Definitely am interested in looking at that. He also said something else about it would, that it was a huge risk, labor costs decrease, and then the contract costs increase. Now, Dr. Rios, you mentioned something about that the expense to the student would remain the same. Of course, it would remain the same based on our current costs at the time. From year to year, we do have to increase the cost. So, I mean, want to make sure we make that clear, because it doesn't mean that the prices stay flat forever.
Well, yes, ma'am. Last year, we increased the cost of the meal, and this year we increased it again. So we would continue with any required increases. Right now, the ones that were presented were mandated, so that doesn't change. But in terms of a reimbursable meal being a reimbursable meal, that doesn't change at all. And it would not go up any more than what we're required to raise already. So we wouldn't do anything extra to operate in the black.
Thank you.
I just want to add one other thing, and again, I felt very different, before I visited Uvalde, because I had no knowledge of it. I had never seen, contracted services. But that's, again, my questions were immediately answered, and I don't think we could sit here next year or the year after that, if we don't keep our employees, you know, because we will be voted out of here, honestly. You know, the employees, they're important to us. And I don't think any board member that's present right now, or even absent, Dr. Keys is not here, but, you know, would vote for something that, you know, would eliminate our employees. I don't care if it's, you know, custodial or cafeteria, teachers, you're all important to us. I just want to say it. Thank you.
One more thing. Thank you. I'm sorry, but getting back to what you're saying about the employees being paid and all that type of thing, well, they do have an option. They can go with a company, according to what was mentioned by the gentleman that was, or the lady that was making the presentation. It's an option. And then the new hiree also have an option to stay with us or to stay with the company. So it's something that, and again, just to hear me say that just what the rest of the board members are saying, if I'm gonna make a change, it's got to benefit everybody. We're here for the students, and I know it sounds kind of corny when we say we're here for the students. I'm here to make sure that the students, because at one time or another, I have mentioned, sitting out there where you are, that we need to, in some way, find a remedy to the waste of food that we have on a daily basis. I made this statement about a year ago. And I'm not saying that that was the reason that we're going to make a change, but it bothers me. Evidently, the students are not eating or not liking the food. And it's not to say either that this company is going to be a miracle individual and everybody's going to eat everything. But what we saw made a difference. Those kids, whatever they put on the plate, they ate it all.
If I can clarify something, we keep referring to company. Someone asked me, oh, I've heard the cafeterias have been sold to some company. I said, no, that's not true. And others have said, oh, XYZ companies. And I said, no, there hasn't even been an RFP. I said, there's an entire process to go through. There hasn't been a company selected. When we say company, you know, like Mr. Chavita says, we're talking about in the abstract, a private food company. But yeah, I've had people ask me that very thing. Oh, I heard you sold the cafeteria to Walmart or whatever. You know. So getting back to the item, 13D, consideration to ask the Texas Department of Agriculture about intent. What exactly does that entail? They're going to ask of the district certain information, correct? That really sort of answers the question, why is this district or any district doing that? What are some of the things that would be a part of that Texas Department of Agriculture paperwork?
I'll have, Connie provide some details, but what it does is just, we inform them that we're gonna apply. They give us their requirements as to, they have a list of people that can bid on it. We just, you can't have, I won't mention any names, but you can't have any company come in and say, I want to bid. No, they have an approved list. And then we turn over financials so that it becomes open, but I'll let kind of go into as much detail as she's able to.
The very first step that they request is that the moment that the school district decides to initiate, the very first step that they require is that the moment the district decides to initiate an RFP process is for the Texas Department of Agriculture to be contacted. We have not contacted them, nor have I called to ask them for information. I've simply gone to their website to obtain information on what their processes are. And as Dr. Rios mentioned, the first step is to contact them. They would then provide you with the packet of information that I'm going to pull up. They also guide you on the timelines and they give you also guidance on what to include in the RFQ. And they tell you what companies are approved by the Texas Department of Agriculture. And those are the only companies that can respond to your RFQ. But if you just go to their webpage and you go to food service management companies, I'm sorry, and you search for the term food service management companies, the RFQ process is included in here where you can download it. So I'm hoping this computer lets me open it. Yes. So, again, it's just pretty much includes their cover sheet once you call them, and information that you can include and what you would need to include in your RFP package. This is what a sample RFP package would look like, where you include as much information as possible, and the companies that the school districts that we visited and the different companies that were there also gave us an idea of what the process was, and mentioned what Dr. Rose was saying, to specifically include what the school district is looking for. For example, maintaining 100% of the employees on the district payroll, and to include all of the information as to exactly what the school district is looking for in order for them to be able to bid appropriately. But all of the information is completely included in their packet. That way, again, they guide the whole process. But before we contacted them, we wanted to make sure that, we had the board's consent.
And so that process actually informs the qualitative evidence that, for example, board members have seen and what they think about certain activities, because you're gathering hard information, right, about the steps that need to be followed, and it helps to answer this question as to why.
And one of the school districts that we visited has worked with the three different companies that we had the opportunity to visit with. And that CFO said she would share with me all of what she has learned and what, she would recommend as well. I mean, there was other individuals who can help out in the process as well.
So this step is not actually the RFP.
No.
See, that's the other thing that I had to clarify to someone. I said, no, the board has not gone to that point yet. This is a preliminary step before that. That's part of a due diligence, I would call it, or that a possible decision is being made because of reasonable and logical reasons, as opposed to just kind of on the fly, right? So this is,
yes, sir.
This is not only compliance, but it's also part of that pre-RFP. Because certainly I concur with the rest. I would never support anything if people are going to lose their jobs. It's not what it's about, and I'll be the first to admit, I didn't go to the Dallas workshop training, so I didn't get to see anything. I haven't had a chance to, I go through Uvalde, but I certainly will take a look. So I'm looking at it from a procedural standpoint and from a very quantitative standpoint. What are the benefits? Why might this be pursued? But it's important to remember that this is a first step. It is not the choosing of a contract. It may not even get to that point.
Right.
True. Ms. Lozano?
Is this process an approval process, an application process?
You mean, oh, sorry.
Could the Department of Agriculture come back and say, no, we're not going to let you do it?
I think so.
I suppose they could, but
I mean, I don't know why they would, but.
I don't know why they would.
Right.
Because they do fund us through the reimbursable meals. But I've never heard of them denying anyone. It ultimately comes to the school board approving whoever wins the RFP. But again, they have to be able to meet all the requirements that we stipulate on their in writing that are binding. The main one being 100% of the employees remain employed with the school district.
And that's something that if the district goes to that, said that the district is insisting on, right? That's
right. We write that as a requirement. Now, Mr. Chavira did mention where they'll ask for us to create an option where the employee chooses if they want to remain employed with the school district or become employees of the private management company. And in the different districts that we visited, different employees chose different options. One, obviously, if you've been with a district a certain amount of years, you want to keep your retirement plan. But if you're brand new, the way they structure their salary may be more enticing to you depending on what you're looking for. But that's not, the last district we visited, 100% were employed with the district, and they didn't even have the option to go with a private management company, should the employee choose to. So it's how we structure it. To the board members, I've committed that it would be 100% employed by the district. Now, we can add that option where the employees have the choice, but, you know, we'll ask some employees and see if they want to consider that option when we include it on there.
And speaking of asking employees, I remember asking you, kind of grilling you about this the other day. I know it was a little bit tense. Y'all did talk to district employees, did you? Not?
Yes,
Because somebody said no, but you and Ms. Valdez assured me that you did.
I asked Ms. Valdez and Ms. Hernandez to visit every cafeteria and have meetings with the employees and share with them pretty much what I've shared with the board and the public tonight. And then I had a second meeting where I conducted the meeting, but only with the managers. I couldn't go to every cafeteria, so I asked Yanakani and Ms. Hernandez to do that and share that information. And then I had another meeting where I said, look, I can't visit with everyone, but I want you to hear from me. And I told them, some of which are here tonight, the information I'm sharing with you tonight is the exact same information I'm going to share with the board, and that's what we've done. So we've done as much as possible to keep everybody informed and be no surprises. I will say, Mr. Garabedian, that the entire process has been very informative. I appreciate the interest of the board because we didn't just present something, like you said, on the fly. We actually researched it.
And if I could stop, because I want all the facts out, I think you might have misspoke when you started. You said a couple of months ago, and then you said late October. You actually meant to say back in the summer, right, is when there was first interest, or late August.
Oh,
I
yeah,
thought he did
yes.
say October, but no, I remember.
No,
I
we
meant
went to
to
Tasby.
visit
Yeah,
the schools.
Tasby
Yeah.
was early September.
September.
Yeah, there had, yeah. So, I mean, it
Tasby
spans-
is late September.
Yeah, it
It's the
spans
last
several
week.
months, not, I think you might have said late October. That's what had me confused. When y'all talk to some of the food service people about the possibility, and I keep using that term when people ask me about the possibility, what has been their reaction?
Same comments that were shared today. Their very, very first question was, how would their employment change? When I visited with all the staff, I did share with them a calendar as to what time we would be there so that they had an idea of what time Mr. Hernandez and I would be there. The only day we went to the campuses Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and the only day that it was just myself was on Friday. But their very first question was, how would it affect them? And I shared with them the same information that the companies would share with us when we would visit the district, was that they would remain 100% on the district's payroll. Their benefits wouldn't change. Their retirement wouldn't change. Their salary would be based on the district-approved salary matrix. Their number of working day, or I think it's days, leave days that they have, allotted wouldn't change either. That was their biggest question and their biggest concern. Once I explained that and gave examples as to why the companies can generate a profit, one of the biggest examples is that they have a greater purchasing power. So they are able to obtain food at a lower cost, which is one of the items that they shared was their biggest benefit. And I also shared with the employees that we have not initiated any process. This today would be the initiation of a process. We have not initiated or created or drafted any proposals. That we have not provided any information to any of the companies about our district. If they've searched our website for information, then they've obtained information, but I have not sent them any information either. It was simply, we were trying to understand what these companies could offer and what benefits we would have. And in the end, the benefit would be for the employees and for the students. And some of their responses were that they welcome change.
So they also were asking why, I guess.
Yes,
similar
sir.
question that I'm asking.
Yes.
Comment?
Well, the only thing that I wanted to add was what Yanakani mentioned, that once we shared with them that nothing would change. It wasn't, there wasn't opposition by the employees, at least the ones that I communicated with directly, but that, well, change is different. And I was clear with them. I said, it is a different direction. You will be trained on how to do things differently, but that's just to improve what we give our students. I think overall it's been a favorable two-way communication because there have been a lot of questions. I would just, before we call for the question, I just want to I guess explain to everybody that I understand that change is difficult and we continue to change, but only to improve what we provide for students. But I welcome anyone that has questions to come and visit with me because a lot of your questions can be answered. And we'll continue that two-way dialogue as we move forward through this process if the board does approve our request tonight.
One more question. It just dawned on me right now. What about the breakfast in the classrooms? That we have here.
We're going to bring that discussion next month, Mr. Chavira. Right now, the elementary chief instructional officer and Ms. Valdez visited with me. I visited with the director also about trying to understand breakfast in the classroom and some concerns that were expressed by parents and some of the waste. And we're going to do a survey with the students and the parents, have some discussion about it, and then bring it to y'all next month if we think that a change is warranted based on the feedback we get from the parents and the students.
It is possible to have either one.
Yes, yeah, so we'll be addressing that next month. Unfortunately, that's another area where at least the numbers that Ms. Valdez and Ms. Hernandez shared with me a couple weeks ago, we did have a loss in the breakfast area. And as I visited just about every elementary campus, and I think the principals and everybody here will attest, there is a lot of waste in the breakfast in the classroom. And again, our primary goal is to have the students eat and be nourished so that they can learn. But that's a separate discussion that whether we have private management or not, we'll decide on breakfast in the classroom. And again, I just want to thank everybody for the participation because as we've gone to visit districts, everybody's been eager to come and present to the board. And we said, no, we're not having any one company come and present. We're going to make up our own mind. And we're going to visit different companies. So we have visited with at least 3 different management or schools that are managed by at least 3 different companies and not gone solely with anyone for information. We're making up our own mind and we're getting informed. And I really think that at the end, I'm positive that at the end, if we go this route, it's because it'll be of no detriment whatsoever to our employees and all benefit to our students.
Other questions? No? Any more discussion? Looks like we want the recommendation. See if the board wants to explore further the possibility, the option. Okay. Recommendation.
It's a recommendation of the administration that the board approve for the administration of the San Felipe Del Rio CISD to notify the Texas Department of Agriculture of the intent to contract with a food service management company and continue with the process.
For the recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Mr. Chavita has motion, Ms. Lozano has second. All in favor by a show of hands? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in favor. All opposed? 1 opposed. Motion carries. That brings us to agenda item 14, Human Resources and Student Services.
Can I introduce this topic?
Yes, you can. This is, let me just make a clarification on the agenda. It's A, B, and C, but there's actually kind of a typo because under A, there should have been another letter because it's the lead mechanic. So,
there is a typo, but I'm presenting those two
okay.
together.
All right.
I come up, Dr. McNamara, but I just want to introduce. Last month, we brought this item before the board, and we had all the positions grouped together. After having dialogue with different cabinet members and other members of the administration. We still want to present all of them, but we want to provide them separately because really they are unique in what they call for. For example, in the first item, the computer technician and the lead mechanic, we're certain we need those. And I think that, at least in the last meeting, we were clear on moving in that direction. And then with the network, and the next one that Dr. McNamara will talk about, network administrator, network specialist, these are positions that have to do with the organization of the department and how we think we could better administer it. Of course, these positions, later on tonight, we're also making a recommendation for a new technology director as Mr. Casillas is retiring. And hopefully that next person will be on board within the next 2 weeks, and together with Mr. Casillas have a pass down, and then that person would be making those hires. And finally, this C is the Dean of Instruction by itself. I've had different discussions and communicated through board updates. And to be honest with y'all, I don't know exactly what the wishes of the board are on this one, although I feel strong enough to make the recommendation. So we'll okay.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Garabedian, members of the board, and Dr. Rios. As Dr. Rios briefed us momentarily ago, we are requesting tonight your approval for the computer technician position. Again, all these 5 positions were brought to your attention last month as well. Just as a refresher, the computer technician is a paraprofessional, pay grade 6. It is funded under general fund, and that would be a conversion of an existing budgeted position. The second one on the first agenda item is the lead mechanic. That is converting a mechanic vacancy to the lead mechanic, which is a pay grade 7. On the hourly matrix at $261, it's funded $176. So those are the 2 positions that at this time the administration is seeking approval this evening. And of course, Mr. Casillas and Mr. Salinas, as well as Dr. Rios, can answer any questions that you might have about the specifics of those jobs.
I have a question.
The computer technician, Dr. McNamara, has consideration to approve the conversion. What is it being converted from?
It's just an extra budgeted position that we have on the books, a vacancy that we're not using.
A vacancy for a computer technician?
No, it's just a vacancy,
Okay.
and we'd like to convert that to that particular position.
And what is that vacancy? Do we know?
Over the last couple of months, I've asked our chief financial officer to review all the vacancies that weren't filled in the past, because even though last year we had a large number of teacher vacancies, there were other vacancies that we just hadn't filled, but they were on the books.
Correct.
So she did a study. She identified different positions that had not been filled, and that really, I think that we didn't intend to fill. But as she's scrubbing down the budget and looking at everything in detail, she's identifying these things. So she identified a whole group from different classes of employment. So to be able to pinpoint that this position is becoming the lead mechanic or computer technician, there could be a number of them that fit that description in that salary range.
Right.
So there isn't a specific position. It was just a whole study. Now, with the lead mechanic, we're obviously upgrading that position from a lead mechanic to a lead mechanic to be able to attract that. But at the end of the day, the story is that it's about the budgeted amount of money and positions that were never filled. I can get y'all a list of all the positions that we identified that shouldn't be, or that we're not filling.
That would be helpful.
Okay, we'll definitely provide that in this Friday's update.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Other questions? No? Okay, the
It is a recommendation of the administration for the Board of Trustees to approve the computer technician and lead mechanic positions as presented this evening.
For the recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Mr. Chivita's motion, Mr. Messa's second. All in favor by a show of hands? Unanimous. Motion carries for 14A.
Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to 14B. Consideration to approve the conversion of excess budgeted positions for the following: network administrator, network specialist. Dr. Patty.
Yes, Mr. Garabedian, members of the board, and Dr. Rios. As Dr. Rios just mentioned, this is a restructuring event that we'd like to do in our technology department. Again, it's a conversion of excess budgeted positions For the first position to be included would be the network administrator. That is an administrative pay grade 5 position. Funding sources are general fund. And the second position is our network specialist, which is a paraprofessional position at pay grade 7, funded by 199, which is our general fund.
Just for the record, Mr. Garabedian and members of the board, the network specialist is a position that previously existed.
Yes.
I guess it was 1 year ago, Mr. Casillas? So we're just reintroducing that position again. So it really, I guess over the span of 2 years, it would be the network administrator that we're adding.
Questions, comments?
Okay. So it is the recommendation of the administration for the Board of Trustees to approve the network administrator and network specialist positions as presented this evening.
For the recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Mr. Overfelt is motion, is there a second? Mr. Chavita, second. All in favor by show of hands? 1, 2, hold them up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in favor, all opposed? 1 opposed, motion carried.
Thank you.
Brings us to agenda item 14C. Consideration to approve the conversion of excess budgeted positions for the following position, date of instruction. Dr. Patty?
Yes, Mr. Garabedian, members of the board, and Dr. Rios. As mentioned previously, we are requesting at this time your approval for the Dean of Instruction at the Del Rio High School. This is a professional teacher matrix position, funded 199, and again, it's converting excess budgeted position for that particular request this evening.
Questions or comments? I know there's probably been individual discussion on all these items, probably why there's no
Correct.
recommendation.
Okay, it is a recommendation of administration for the Board of Trustees to approve the Dean of Instruction position and the revision to the professional job classifications to include this new position.
For the recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Mr. Mesa has motion, Mr. Chavita has second. All in favor by show of hands? 1, 2 in favor, all opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4 opposed. Motion dies, does not carry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. It's now 11:15 p.m., November 17th, 2014, on agenda item 16. And the Board of Trustees will recess this open session and convene the closed meeting in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, Subchapter D and E. We were able to do that under 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.076, 551.082, 551.084, 551.087. Specifically tonight, pursuant to 551.074, discussion of personnel to hear complaints against personnel. 1, discussion of personnel report to include the following: new hires, district vacancies, retirements, resignations, assignments. 2, discussion of salary adjustments to include but not limited to the following justifications: service credit, professional instructional aids, master's degree. 3, discussion of approval of director of technology. 4, discussion of approval of curriculum coordinator for instructional technology. B, pursuant to 551.087, deliberation regarding economic development negotiations. 1, discussion of commercial or financial information received from Sun Solar and Rock Springs Wind, with whom the district may be commencing economic development negotiations. Probably not gonna happen. All final votes, actions, or decisions will be taken in open session. We're now in closed session. Okay, it is now 12:03 a.m., November 18th, 2014, and the Board of Trustees will now reconvene in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, Subchapter D and E. No action was taken in closed session. So now that we are reconvened to open session, that brings us to agenda item 17A, consideration to approve the personnel report to include the following: new hires, district vacancies, retirements, resignations. Dr. Patty.
Mr. Garabedian, members of the board, and Dr. Rios. The administration at this time proudly recommends the following teachers for employment in our district. Ms. Larissa Dovalina, third grade teacher, Lamar Elementary. Martha Sanchez, CT Business Education teacher, Del Rio Freshman Campus. Additionally, we'd like to recommend tonight Melissa Chavez, pre-K bilingual teacher at Dr. Irene Calderon Head Start, as well as Cynthia Olivo, business teacher at Del Rio Middle School.
For the recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Ms. Mr. Overfelt is motion, Mr. Chavita is second. All in favor, by a show of hands. It's unanimous, motion carries. Agenda item 17B, consideration to approve salary adjustments to include the following justification: service credit, professionals and instructional aides, master's degree.
Yes, Mr. Garabedian, members of the board, Dr. Rios, it is the recommendation of administration that the salary adjustments be approved as presented in closed executive session to include a special ed stipend and service aid credit experience.
For the recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Mr. Mesa has motion, Ms. Lozano has second. All in favor, by a show of hands. Unanimous, motion carries. Agenda item 17C, consideration to approve the Director of Technology.
Yes, Mr. Garabedian, members of the board, and Dr. Rios. The administration proudly recommends Leslie Hanega for our Director of Technology in our administration building.
For the recommendation, I so move to accept. Is there a second? Mr. Chavita has second. All in favor, by a show of hands. Unanimous, motion carries. Agenda item 17D, consideration to approve the curriculum coordinator for instructional technology.
Mr. Garabedian, members of the board, and Dr. Rios. The administration proudly recommends a hometown educator and welcoming back Dr. Sandra Zuniga Mendoza for our curriculum coordinator for instructional technology.
For the recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Mr. Chavita has motion, Ms. Lozano has second. All in favor, by a show of hands. It's unanimous, motion carries. That brings us to agenda item 17E, discussion and possible action to accept the application of Pristine Sun Solar for an appraised value limitation on qualified property, to authorize the superintendent to review the application for completeness and submit to the comptroller, and to authorize the superintendent to enter into any agreement to extend the 150 deadline subject to board ratification. I so move to direct the superintendent and administration to take no action. Is there a second? Mr. Overfelt is second. All in favor, by a show of hands. Unanimous, motion carries. Agenda item 17F, discussion and possible action to retain consultants to assist the district in processing of application for appraised value limitation on qualified property from Pristine Sun Solar. And with that, I so move to direct the superintendent and or administration to take no action. Is there a second? Mr. Chavita has second. All in favor, by a show of hands. Unanimous, motion carries. Agenda item 17G, discussion and possible action of Rock Springs Wind for an appraised value limitation on qualified property. I so move to direct the superintendent and administration to take no action. Is there a second? Ms. Lozano has second. All in favor, by a show of hands. Unanimous, motion carries. Nothing on your report? It's pretty late, right? Agenda item 19, adjournment, no further business before the board. Is there a motion to adjourn? Mr. Overfelt is motion, Mr. Chavita second. All in favor, by a show of hands. Unanimous, motion carries. Thank you very much.